Oh. Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back to some Final Fantasy. Hope everyone's had a good day so far. Or having a good day so far. Hope everyone's having a good one. I'm just getting the last couple of things sorted on my end, and then I'll get back into the game. Some stuff was acting weird today, so I'm just trying to see if I can narrow down why. Should be fine. Okay. Why not? Alright. Where was I with this? Now, can I just say, I'm slightly excited for the next few games as well, Final Fantasy. It's because I'm gonna be able to play them off console. And being able to play them off console means that it's less stress on my computer. Which means that, like, the overall stream, everything will be better. Alright. I'll have to do. I didn't end up getting any farming done that I said I might. And, yeah, I have a mild confession to make on that. So yesterday I had two things I planned to do. Do the ABP farming here, which as you can see I didn't do. This is all left as exactly as we left off on. But also, I had a couple of things I wanted to make sure I got finished coded, right? And you have all the support things, it's just not having these ones, and obviously these ones. And I can toss that one on you. You don't matter as much when it comes to this. I just want support on you if I want anything. So unicorn? Or is it Seraph I want? Seraph. And then Mog. Again, just supportive ones, right? Alright, I'm gonna do a little bit of ABP farming to start off with while I, like, turn on. Oh, yeah. Oh, fuck no. Okay. Hey, yeah, how's it going? Whoops. It's already off to a really good start if I'm failing. Thought I put the input in correctly. So I think I pressed the confirm button a little too fast. I'm not sure about you, I just realized the orphan counter, what's happening? Okay, so to answer the first question of how I'm doing, I'm still in the process of waking up. So I'm getting there. My brain has yet to fully turn on, and it's doing its finest. So it seems that every Final Fantasy game after 4, I think, like with 4 onwards, has had you creating orphans. And yeah, because of us coming into 4 and onwards, just after playing Bloodborne through with all of its DLC, we actually had 2 counters for that, which was deaths, which I think, is this still rigged up to be the old deaths? Yeah, here we go. We still have literally this still here. This is the old death counter, but then we had plus orphan deaths because it was the Orphan of Kos. Then we played Final Fantasy IV, and at the very beginning of that, you basically make an orphan, and we couldn't stop laughing at the fact that I'd gone from having on stream a counter of orphan deaths to actually making orphans. So I literally just took the orphan death counter and turned it into orphans created counter and added 1 to it as a joke. And it turns out, yeah, every Final Fantasy game since then has actually had me having a count, and I'm kinda disturbed by this. So yeah, there you go. That's the explanation of the orphans created. It's great, I love it. It's one of those like in-jokes that are, there's a couple of levels to it, but it's fairly simple to explain at this stage. I expect that to become more and more difficult as time goes on. Right? But I find it absolutely hysterical. Don't know how I feel though that I've gone to collabs with other VTubers and such, and have been, I'm not kidding, referred to as, hey look, it's Melith the Orphan Maker. There's some mixed feelings there. Not sure I really want my legacy to be the guy that made orphans. It's also made extremely ironic because the amount of times on stream I have talked ad nauseum about how I absolutely love, if you've ever come across the series, like anime and TV shows and all that, where it's kind of like foster parent stories. Somalian, the Forest Spirit's one of the best ones that comes to mind immediately. But it's basically like not actual father, not really someone that's like able to be a father naturally, comes into having to look after this random child and what that entails and stuff. I absolutely love those stories. I really, really do. And it makes it funnier because normally that means that the child is an orphan. And that creates a whole joke there of, wow, you like making orphans, but you like stories about orphans. This is looking really bad for you. But yeah, no, I it's always gonna be. I guess next April Fools I can do something for it, right? I'm sure I can make something. There is a fine line, however. Everything's fine until you mention that you find those stories particularly interesting. That's the thing. This was talked about well before even any of this happened. And it's like a fact that like a lot of people know about me is I enjoy, again, it's not the fact that the child's an orphan. It's the fact that I enjoy like the story of found parent. Like I like watching the struggle of the parent having to deal with this. I like watching like the dichotomy of the characters and all that because I find it really interesting because in a really depressing turn of fate, I had a shit family. I wish I fucking had nothing to do with them, and I kinda don't anymore by purpose. I like the idea of having a family that you find and you actually want to be with. And how bonds are made by effort and not just because you have the same blood as a person. I fucking love those stories. But no! It looks really fucking sus now because I fucking make orphans in video games. Why is this like... Oh, Jesus. I hate to think what the average is so far as well, because we've had some that's been like 1 or 2, and now we've had this one be 11. Mallows orphans per game's average. I'm gonna have to calculate that out at some point. It's Fate Destiny and other bullshit. Yeah. But no, like, it's always a fun sort of thing. It's those and villainess stories I've been really loving. And yes, I will openly admit to liking a lot of Bishoujo sort of style stories. I don't know, they just... There's a little charming cheese to them that I kind of enjoy. There's actually one that I'm in the middle of watching at the moment from the recent season of anime. I'm trying to remember, it's like the... What is it called again? What was it called again? The Two Perfect Saint is the shorthand English. It's like tossed aside by my fiance, blah 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 blah. That's fair, I also like those kind of shit, no judging. Hey. How do you forget the name of what you're watching? So, my simple answer to that is, do you have any idea how much shit I watch on a regular basis? Actually, I can't say that. I watch maybe one anime a week at the moment, if I'm got the free time. Admittedly, don't really have the free time because I thought, in my infinite wisdom, I would try and play Stellaris, and I totally didn't lose my entire day to it yesterday, finally finishing and completing one playthrough of it. that I had started playing the previous day and stayed up till like a very late time for. It does mean finally I can actually get back to doing game dev and watching anime though, which is what I'm happy about. But yeah, like, it goes to show how I treat a lot of the animes. Like, I treat it as it comes in, it goes out. Like, it filters through my brain. Don't get me wrong, I can still probably give you a synopsis of any series I've watched as long as I can recognize it well enough. Actually, speaking of, I've talked about this series a little bit recently and it's just had a fucking announcement, that's awesome. Gate Season 2 has been announced. Which, I fucking love Gate. I still think to this day, Gate has one of the, like, it has a handful of scenes that I think are incredibly good, but there's one scene I'll always use as my kind of like grounding point to justify certain things. But yeah, no, it literally got announced like today. Season 2. It's like 10 years later, we've gotten a fucking another season. Dude, the hope is there for goddamn No Game No Life, am I right? We're still waiting. Gate is back, Gate is back. It has been announced as Season 2. I'm fucking excited. Dude, No Game No Life fans still holding out fucking hope, man. We still... we still here, we still waiting. That's great, I never watched it, but it's on the list and I love the premise. Gate is absolutely phenomenal of a series because it actually... it pays attention to a lot of things that should be like, given the attention necessary. And like, okay, so this is, I will say this is slight spoiler, but I will phrase it in a way that doesn't like give away what's going on, but it will talk to a point that I stand by is why I absolutely love it, right? So, still hope, I know, right? There is a sequence of events that leads to, so there's a princess that's like 10, that goes up to one of the Japanese emissaries and like goes, I wanna marry you. Because political motivated marriage, that's actually fairly common in this sort of, medieval thing. He immediately goes like, I'm a middle-aged man, that's fucking weird. And those two end up having to spend a lot of time together because of things, right? Because of politics. And a coup of some kind occurs, and basically she is held prisoner. He cannot do anything because it is not his place. He is completely, while all of these events are occurring, relegated to their embassy. But the thing is, to negotiate with the Japanese, the opposition are negotiating across from like the edge. Basically, there's a no man's land between, which is the embassy's place, right? But they're negotiating over the space. This princess manages to get out of the captivity and start running towards him across this plain, which means she enters embassy territory. He runs to her, and in the middle of the plains, they come together and hug with like a I think sunset or rise or whatever in the background. It's a beautiful fucking scene, but it basically means now the Japanese are locked into having to get involved. Because now they have to, they are giving asylum. And it means that they actually get a way of getting into this political situation within acceptable range. And it's like, that is medieval politics meeting modern day politics, and it's such a fucking cool moment. And it's awesome, it's because as well as he basically goes, you know what, fuck it. I'll basically treat you as my daughter, but we're getting married for, like, on political level only. And he makes it very clear, no, I am not doing anything with you. I just care a lot about you and I understand how these politics work. And that's why I'm like, I accept this weirdness purely because it was actually done well. Barely remember most of Gate. I will watch it again before season 2 comes out. Oh yeah, no, I'm 100%. I've been wanting to do a rewatch of it because there's so many good moments from it. But like, now I'm gonna hold off on my rewatch because of this, right? Because I want to watch it only before season 2. So, I apologize for the slight spoiler thing, but also there's a reason why I tried my best to phrase it in a way that doesn't, like, make it any less amazing when you finally get to watch it. Also, talking to the fucking foster parent storylines earlier and how that basically is one. Hey. But it sounds great in the what the fuck kind of way, but still, yeah, no, it's really, really good because of a lot of aspects coming together in really compelling ways and answering things that, like, you yourself would never think to want answered. In the, like, it genuinely is a thought experiment of a series. And in weird Japanese fashion, they did the good thing of actually doing it correctly. Like, coming up with the most obscene concept and actually executing it well. The amount of times I watch trashy anime, he says in the ending screen of the final episode, we'll wait until she's much older, I promise. Yeah, exactly. Like, he makes it evident he's not gonna, like, do anything with her, but he does actually care about her a lot by the end of it. Which makes a lot of sense with the shit they go through. Right? It's... Again, I will always stress, it is in real life, these things are disturbing and disgusting to us, or to many of us. Like, we consider this morally wrong. But I'll use another series as an example of the first time I finally could start accepting I still consider not acceptable concept of what's it called again? Sibling. Like sibling romance. So early on in my anime watching, I couldn't stand it, right? I absolutely detested the concept because I had my real fucking morals kind of coming through there. And it actually stopped me watching a series that I later came back to watch and I enjoyed, which was like a regular at Magic High, which I think was actually a really, really good storyline. I read it, I didn't actually watch it, but I did no, let me correct. I tried to watch it, got like 3 episodes in, or basically up until the terrorist threat against the school. I fucking couldn't stand it. Came back, watched the first season, I was like, this is really good, went and read the entire thing. Like at that later stage. But the series that made me able to palate that concept was, Radaku no Kawoi. I can't actually remember the English name for it. I'm pretty sure I butchered the Japanese. Was it the Reduction no Kawoi? Something like that. Point is, the series is like this very generic, in a sense, storyline with, like, oh, it's all about a tournament arc, and it's all about, like, the main dude's family, don't recognize him even though he's like insanely OP and all these sorts of things, and they just keep treating him like shit and trying to get in his way, yada yada yada. Anyway, a good series. I actually do recommend it. The sibling romance in that one will always boil down to a specific moment for me, which is how I finally was able to, like, wire my brain to not want to throw up at the concept of it and be able to at least palate it. Which was, a character was asking the sister, do you know this is wrong? And she said yes. And he asked, does it matter? And she said no. And then it went on to kind of explain that, like, she had come to this feeling because of, her family never giving him the time of day, right? Her family basically actively treating him like a mangy stray. And what she tried to do was compensate for the love, like for the kind of emotional love and feeling that he should be getting from a family. And in the process, overdid it so much that she basically wired herself to loving him more than, like, it's acceptable. And it's why, while she wants to be with him and all that, she understands that's wrong, but she also recognizes she wants her brother to be happy. That's the main thing. So she'll compete with the main romance interest, but, like, it kinda makes it acceptable to me? I don't know. The more you explain it, the more it sounds like an artist trying to rationalize and justify his fetish in his work. You don't understand. This, like, 5-minute shot of her feet are really important in the storyline. Oh, I just realized this is Behemoth King. I actually need to take this more seriously. What are you describing again? I got lost. A regular... No. So the, fuck. Where am I? Oh, wasn't this the one that I had to hit with Imp? God damn it. So the one I'm talking about is, I think it's Reducto no Cavalry, but I can't, let me look it up. Cause I actually want to try and remember. Chivalry of a Failed Knight. That's the English title for it. Rakudai Kishi no Cavalry. Now I remember, yeah. So, in case people are wondering, this one. This series here. This is the first time a series managed to break through my bullshit with not liking sibling romance. And it finally made it, like, kind of palatable to me. And acceptable. Like, it did a phenomenal job of making the correct kind of explanation for it. It was the first time a series had managed to do that for me. I'm mostly joking, but we all know the sibling romance was the first and the, with their first, and the reason for it came later. Oh yeah, no, that, I wouldn't dispute that, right? I'll be honest, I got into anime so early in my life I didn't even question anything, either that or one of my senses of morals. So, with anime with me, I've talked about this before, like, I grew up watching, like, Pokemon and Dragon Ball and all that sort of stuff, but, like, that on, like, the dubbed versions, right? Like, I grew up with that, but it was only in, like, high school that I finally kind of turned around to a friend, because this is when anime was, like, starting to get talked about. Like, just a little. And, I turned around to a friend and I asked him about a series I remembered watching when I was younger. And I was like, I can't remember the name, I can't remember much of the premise, but I remember a character from it. And, he's like, alright, well, describe them. And I'm like, it's a pink-haired girl with cat ears and a bell for a weapon. Right? I'm not kidding, I'm pretty sure that was to the extent of what I had going for it. Now, I wonder... I've tested this Google search since then. I want to look at this now. Pink-haired anime girl with bell weapon. Because he basically turned around and was like, Google search it. Go and Google search it. I'm like, there's no way that's gonna work. Oh god, it's even more efficient now. So, like, you search it up and this is what you get. Now, it was, I think, on the third row of the Google searches. Now it's literally the first one. So, it was, at the time I looked it up and I was like, oh, it's the series called Tokyo Mew Mew, but I don't remember it being called that. And I look it up and I find out there was the English version of it done. And the English version of it was Mew Mew Powers. And I was like, oh, well, I'll watch that. Now, remember, this was back when, like, anime on YouTube, like, anime series being, like, uploaded to YouTube was fairly common. So I watched it there. And I was like, yeah, no, this was the series I remember. It's not too bad. And then I find another, like, playlist of it. And it's, like, twice as long. And I'm like, what the fuck? Why is there a version of it that's twice as long? Oh, this one's called Tokyo Mew Mew. Oh, this one's in Japanese. This is interesting. Okay, I'll watch this. Start watching it. Holy shit, the story's way better. And yes, welcome to basically the first actual anime I ever sat down to watch as an anime, which is Tokyo Mew Mew. Again, can't tell that I'm a fan of magical girl series, can you? Yeah, back when it was like a fucking 100 parts or whatever for each episode. Mallet's weeb origins. It actually is. Yeah, no, straight up. That was my weeb origins, was Tokyo Mew Mew. So and then, like, from there, I started, like, someone was like, oh, well, you should watch, like, this and that. And, like, this was at the point where it's like, oh, you should watch Sword Art Online. Oh, you should watch, fucking, what was it? Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood, like, watch these sorts of things. And, like, I got more into this sort of stuff, and I just started watching it. So I watched that, I watched Toradora, I watched, like, all of these other shows, and then I just eventually was like, yeah, no, I like anime. But the thing to remind, though, on top of all of this, is did you know that when I was a kid, I know, a long time ago that was, but no, like when I was younger, I was, okay, this is gonna actually date me a lot more than I think it's gonna, okay, I'm about to do some damage. So back when I was younger, was back when you used to go, like rent stuff from like the local Blockbuster or whatever, is equivalent. I think Video Easy was the one I went to most of the time. And what I would do is I would rent like a season or a movie, but like I would rent a season of an entire series like Stargate, right? Or Babylon 5, or Buffy the Vampire Slayer, whatever. And I would binge all of the season in that weekend as much as I could. I would re-watch the season, or like in the week, because you only get it for like a week or whatever. Because you could get like one per month for like the week, sort of thing. And you'd go through all of them. You'd go through so much of it. So I was someone, as a young age, I would re-watch the shit out of stuff. If I watched a movie and enjoyed it, I would re-watch it like every single day. Which is where probably my analysis skills come from a little bit. And then when I finally owned a console, I started renting out games as well from it. It was good. Blood Sea and Elfen, the Age of 9. Blood Sea, I remember that name. Blood Sea. Oh, this one. I'm trying to remember if I actually watched this in the end or not. I know I've seen stuff around this. I don't know if I ever remember watching it, though. I need to fix that. Full Metal Alchemist 7 times before I realized I liked anime and decided to look for something different. I watched Full Metal Alchemist 3 times back to back. Specifically Brotherhood. I've yet to watch the original. And there's for no greater reason than just I've never been in the mood to go watch it. That's it. I know most of the plot points, and it just doesn't feel as appealing to me. I think that's basically what it summarizes to. Was fully through. See, that's the thing. I've watched it a lot more than just that many times in the grand scheme of things. That's just how many times I watched it back to back. That's the concerning part of it. No Game, No Life. Everything else, I'd look up specific episodes, that would be it. No Game, No Life is one that I don't know how many times I've rewatched it at this point. It's probably up there in my most rewatched anime of all time. Probably right next to Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. Like, pretty close to it at the very minimum. But no, I grew up in the nicest sense not getting to watch stuff very often. Or like getting new stuff to watch very often, so I would rewatch aggressively. Do you often hyperfixate on stuff? I've been known to, but like nowadays I feel like I'm a little bit more balanced with everything. Again, as a kid, I was fairly intense with that stuff. Admittedly, that is me with Magic the Gathering nowadays, as I'm like fairly hyper-fixated on that, I guess. But like, my hyper-fixations never really deter from my other stuff that I do. Like, again, I game develop, right? Like, I still work on that fairly frequently. I guess the last 2 days I haven't done as much work on it in my free time as I'd have liked because I spent all of my time playing in Stellaris. And that ate up all of my time. Holy shit. Stellaris is fun, but I'm glad I finished a game playthrough because I don't want to play it. I want to play more of it right now. It took every last ounce of like energy to beat beat out the fucking end of that. If anyone's wondering, I played the Behemoth, I think it was, thing. So I became like a giant Leviathan in space. And I became the Crisis, so the entire universe turned on me and tried to kill me. Which I was not prepared for. I was not ready for how hard that was gonna get. I lost more than half my empire. I was down to like my last 3 planets. For the longest time, or like last like very small sector of space. I was able to hold it for a long time until I figured out what the hell I was doing. I get too distracted to finish games. I don't even remember what, when/what. So it was the last game I went to start to finish. I'm pretty good with that stuff, most of the time. It's like I'll sit down and set out my time for playing stuff. But like, admittedly, yesterday my plans were fairly straightforward. I was gonna get the ABP farming I'm doing right now done yesterday, as well as getting some game dev, and I just didn't. I played through Stellaris. I was so exhausted by the end, and it had already taken like 5 hours, and that was off a save as well. That was not 5 hours for a playthrough. That was 5 hours additional on a playthrough, and I was like, I'm just exhausted. So I watched a little bit of anime, the one that I was talking about earlier, and then I just crashed for the day. I think I went to bed at like, admittedly later than I would like to have gone. I think I went to bed at like 8 or 9. It's like we sing over, pretty much. But yeah, so that's why, like, I'm a little upset with myself from yesterday. I just didn't get anywhere near as much done as I wanted to. My big goal for the weekend is to, like, catch up with that dev stuff, but I also need to sleep somewhat. Because I've had some terrible sleep this week. I think it's been very obvious on stream how tired I've been. That's why I'm also, like, kind of willing to be a bit chill at the moment with Final Fantasy, because, like, again, just to reiterate where we're at, we could just go try and fight the final boss now. Sleeping stream, trust? I mean, I could set up a camera to, like, show where me sleeping. The camera's basically, my webcam's already set up in a way that I just need to turn it a little bit and you'd see it. Wait, how far would I need, how far would I need to turn it? It'd be just like this, right? Yeah, there you go. Right there. I could do a sleeping stream right now. Are you a VTuber though? If you're comfortable just showing yourself? I have no reservations about that. Up until the end of last year, I have been on webcam already. I'm never against showing my face. I've not removed my face from a lot of the thumbnails or anything from back then. You can see what I look like. There's been plenty of streams where I'll turn the camera on and thing. I'm in a very weird category with stuff where, like, realistically, I don't have problems myself, but I respect those that do, right? Like, I can see an advantage when it comes to privacy, when it comes to VTubing and stuff like that, and I think I highly respect those that that's what they're doing. I'm not that. I do VTube because I enjoy it. Here's a bit, I know, right? I saw you like this and assume stuff. I see, never mind. No, you're all good. I mean, it's a valid assumption to make. Right? Like, I even made a bloody YouTube short on this topic. At one point, basically talking about how, like, there are many reasons to be a VTuber. One of them is privacy. And I think it's, again, 100% a valid one. I started watching this ugly bearded old man when he was just a flesh and not digital at all. Yeah, like, I have not even been streaming for a year as a VTuber. I have been streaming for like 3-4 years. Is it 3? It's like 3 years, yeah. I mean, if you want to check out, like, that sort of stuff, the probably better place to check that out is over on the game channel that I have, the game development channel, where it has devlogs, and like I have my webcam on for that, and I've been meaning to do another devlog sometime soon, and I'll do webcam for that. I have no reservations for it. 7 months by now? Damn, we're getting far with it. Yeah, so over half a year. That's kind of wild to think. VTubing for half a year. If you threw the model at the screen and I want, I literally did. In fact, I think the closest you got to, like, the thing for it was I talked about it a lot of times. And then, not even kidding, I'm pretty sure, I just started a stream with the thumbnail having, like, a silhouette of it. That was it. Then I was a VTuber from that point onwards. Are you enjoying the VTube experience? I am. I think the thing I noticed the most is that I'm more expressive and I'm more willing to play around with my voice than I was when I was just webcam. Because, again, to reiterate to those that might not, like, again, there's shorts that show me as most of the time is my non-VTubing, because that's where most of my shorts came from. If you look at those, you'll see I don't actually move that much. I had my my microphone right in front of me, and I would just not move. You could have honestly removed the webcam, and you gained pretty much nothing from it, other than you no longer had a face. And it would also just be like some of my like kind of things where like I tend to bounce my knee a lot. like, you'd see the sheer amount of vibration on the camera because it would, like, shake the desk a little bit. And I'm not gonna lie, I would watch back and I would just get really frustrated at it. That sounds so funny, no warning one day and just plastered an anime boy, no webcam, jump scare shit. Yeah, I literally just turned up one day and said, I have committed an eldritch ritual and I've become anime. That's it. I think that's actually... Wait, I think that's actually my first words. Shaking your knees are relatable. Yeah, like, I bounce it a lot, and I think a lot of people do that, especially when they're, like, just doing stuff. It's because it's my way of also waking myself up, right? Yeah, it was a black outline of the VTuber, and then from that point onwards, it's been the VTuber and the thumbnails. Like, legitimately, if we just... We're gonna take a bit of a sidetrack for a moment, because I find this stuff really fun. Ignore the streams that say you shouldn't be able to see this. That's a bug thing that was happening for me for a little while. Because I have a stream to hide whenever something would go wrong, in the background. So, let's see, all VTuber stuff. I've discarded my flash, that sounds about right. Yeah, so this is still April. Again, I stream fucking 5 times a week on average. Tends to eat up a lot of time. Pokemon was fun. Yeah, so the Christmas stream, which that was an... Okay, to those that weren't here for the Christmas stream, you can see here, this looks pretty bad. This was a week of not, like, stopping, basically. It was a 5 days or something like that of non-stop streaming. Venom drinking milk. Oh, Venom drinking milk. Yes, I still have that GIF on my computer. There we are. This is the exact moment here. You can see human, silhouette, VTuber. Is it like 12 hours? Yes, because I'd had to stop the stream and then restart the stream. And I think I gave myself like 20 minutes sometimes in between. Like, I did sleep during stream in that time, because it was an entire week where no one was at home, because it was when I was living at the other place. Which was great. I looked like shit at the end, though. Okay, wait, I'm gonna just quickly... Configuration, master volume. Because I want to see this. Yeah, it's Venom drinking milk. It's Venom drinking milk. How could you ever question this? I love that GIF, man. So, like, you can literally see, I know it's behind the chat right now, but you can literally see this is where my webcam would be normally. So this was still with my old setup. I had actually put a lot of work into, like, fixing the thing. 8 minutes for the VTuber to show up. That sounds about right, because it was, like, it was a fucking nightmare to set shit up. Did I talk earlier than that, though? Good weekend as well. That's the big one, right? Yeah. Oh, it's because I had to move my mic so my mic had not been set up again. Properly. Because this was when I had to move it so I could do the VTubing.
All of my stuff is working.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, have fun with the Venom for a little while. Good old Venom having some milk.
I love that gif. I will never
Did
not
I write
love
the
that.
description up differently? Yes, I did write the description up to its unique. So what are for like are as res animations? Like not res animations, res effects.
God, res animations, I remember
stuff
that.
For getting resurrection working.
There's a thing for that. Yeah, so this was me trying to set everything up while trying to stream, which was a nightmare.
The intended thing. Alright. I think this is all working now. There is going to be some calibration issues, but say goodbye to our lovely thing there. Oh no. What's happened? Thing has changed. Thing has very much changed. Would you look at that? I have rejected flesh, and I have now embraced anime.
There you go. That's literally... That's how I fucking became a VTuber. But anyway... Oh, God. In case you ever thought I haven't been a twat all the way through. But yeah, like, I believe at this point in time, so this was the free model I was using. Because again, if you're wondering about the model I use, this is a pre-done model. Anyone has access to it. There's a free version and a paid version. The free version has a lot of limited things that I can work with. I play through them, I think, during the stream. But like, I hadn't set up the background correctly because I have it as black now. So it means that you don't get that green outline with the cutout of it when it's moved to transparent, because that's lighting related. Now I also have, since I've got the paid for version, I have the eye color different, or slightly different, and I have glasses, and I also have the controller, right? Because I couldn't change the anything about the body at all. I also have access at my fingertips, because why the fuck not? I have, like, emotions. Actually, it's probably easier if I move the face up, right? Let's zoom in a little bit. Hi, in case you were not sure about me being close up. Hi. Am I in your personal space? Oh no. Anyway. Alright, let's put this back on for music in the background. Okay, so that's the tears. Oh god, the entire computer's lagging for a moment. Here's emotions, panicked. This VTuber expresses emotions more than I do. It's not supposed to go in the chat. It do be like that. Okay, so that was the tears. Oh god, why is everything lagging so much right now? Also, I was sweating? No, that's tears. But yeah, the tracking has improved a lot. It's just the lag. The lag will always be a problem. Just my computer's old. That's the problem. But yeah, so that was the tears. So it's me crying. Except there is another one for crying. This is winking. This is if I'm sleepy. Which maybe I should just permanently leave that one on. Angry! Now this is actual just crying. It's a bullying! Dizzy. Some of the ones I can't move my mouth at all during. It's the thing. Gluttony. That's how I've written this one. Is that a Mexicana? Anyway. Loving eyes. Me when I see, children that are unorphaned. God fucking damn it. Money. Let's see. Is this gonna actually... There we go. Stars. For when I'm just feeling so up myself. And tongue. Which, technically speaking, I can just do that by reactionary thing. And then there's like, I mean, I could go through the fact that I have all of these toggles for hair as well. Like I've got this hairstyle, 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 this one as well, and this one, and this one, and this one, and a hat, and another hat, and a headband. Do I look pretty yet? Ah! If I toggle every toggle on... now I need to reset this. There we go. Which actually, by the way, fun fact, this is what the default looks like if I don't have all my toggles on. If I toggle it, so this is the hands. This is the different eye color. That's removing the white mask because that's on by default. And then adding the glasses. Alvin is his potential. The wink. The wink is so wild. Yeah. I feel like I can wink in the model naturally better than that wink can do. Is... wait, if I just... Right. You're stacked 4 hairstyles and 3 hats. Don't you? God, why is my computer lagging so much right now? Shit, what is lagging it so much? This actually seems irregular. Oh no, not you again. No, you, turn off. Oh yeah, I had a question that I was gonna ask. That wink is too expressive for your voice. Yes, I will agree with that. The wink will go on the Google Docky. No! No! Not the Google Docky again. Google Docky! Dude, I can't wait for next birthday stream or something where I get a Google Docky sent to me. It's gonna be great. By the way, not again wanting to do drama stuff. I just want to make a joke quickly that is going to be in slight poor taste, but just kind of on topic. You know all the shit's bullshit with Thor when there's no Google Docs that have been released? Some of those expressions don't fit you at all. In a sense, there's a reason why I don't use them. And I naturally try and express through the model as much as I can. Admittedly, most of the time, the model's lagging like it is right now, and it just looks really fucking choppy. You know, as you do. As you do. I see what's happening. Wait, give me a second. I need to try and cut something off. You turn. No, don't reopen. Don't try and. Fuck off. I want to quit. Exit. Don't make me go get Task Manager again, you son of a bitch. The usual get Google Docs. No. So, yeah, the Google Docs stuff, it's probably the most poor taste meme that I enjoy still to this day. Is at the timing of when the stuff went down with Cinder. The VTuber Cinder. It's just been after the Minecraft movie, and it was during a period of time where people were still talking so much about the chicken jockey thing. And basically to summarize the joke, it's people started going every time someone released a new Google Doc about it, it's Google Docky. It's the only thing out of it that I think was like positive. And I just couldn't stop laughing at it. I've still not watched the Minecraft movie, by the way. I just find the Google Docky joke funny. So that's why, like, I'm constantly shitting on it with that. So that's why Devil feeds into that one a lot more as well. Oh yeah, don't forget, by the way, when it comes to like the hands things, I do have other ones. I have a coffee one, which God, I could probably use that. And I have a cat. I could just sit here holding a cat the whole time. You could never write a Google Docky against me now. Except I'm pretty sure the way that this model's holding this cat's kind of a bit... Wait. It's not the worst I've ever seen. It's not great. It's not supporting the back very well, though. And I would be surprised if this cat wouldn't, like... This cat would panic under most situations. Regardless of how, like, well-tempered it is. This is just a really terrible position for them. Still not over how when the Cinder thing happened, it was Google Doc after Google Doc. Yeah, again, I'll not comment to anything other than I don't condone certain things. Being a bigot or being, like, gaslighting's not okay. I'm not going to pretend I know anything on that situation. The cat stays on during the stream. Exactly. It's that sort of stuff, right? When it comes to those things, it's the same with like the Thor stuff. Is like I can't actually give an answer that's probably satisfactory to a lot of people because I can only give my own opinion. I can't give an answer as to like why something would be or wouldn't be the case for people. Right? I mean, I'm just very disgusted by some of the approaches people have to these sorts of things sometimes. Like, again, the internet's not a great place for nuanced discussion. And the problem is that whenever it gets, like, to a political discussion, it is inherently nuanced. But I don't want to get into that, because I'm in a fairly good mood and I don't want to sour it with the Stop Killing Games initiative. The bad actors on all sides of that one. Again, I'm not a drama channel. I'll leave the drama channels to be drama channels and not watch any of their content because I think drama channels are fueling a very disgusting cycle. But hey, so anyways, egg, exactly. Egg. Never fight battles on without in the party, so you need 3 members. He's not in the area, he's in my ship at the moment. And before you go, why ain't you farming his stuff up? Because I just don't want to. I just want to ABP farm, that's what I'm doing. Is it inefficient? Sure. Go for it. Go for your complaints. I don't care. I'm playing the game how I want to play it. I'm sorry, I'm 35 hours into a playthrough that I'm enjoying. My most dry joke ever. Rarely people get that I just mean E.g. Not egg. Well, you wrote egg. That's why I was like, egg. But yeah, no, the mechanic you're describing though with Go, I know. He's in the ship. I'm not losing him. But very short. Ig. How would you pronounce it? Ig. Something like that. Ig. Sound doesn't even feel like it's leaving my throat trying to pronounce that. The extra G was a misclick. I see. I see. Me at the end of any League of Legends game, the second G was a misclick. Oh god, I haven't played League in long enough. I feel like I can still make these jokes though. I'm not gonna lie, I really kind of want to play Arena. I don't know if I can convince any of my friends to play it, nor will I think it will be very fun, because the problem is the 2 friends I have that would play with it, one of them's not very good, nor is he, like, sometimes the best to kind of play those modes with. I got nothing against him normally, it's just, like, those kind of modes aren't the ones that I think I enjoy playing with him. And the other one is a little too willing to troll, Which is bad because the moment you start doing comedic shit with me, I want to do comedic shit, and neither of us will play it correctly. It doesn't fully make it out. But like, I hope people know what I kind of mean with that though, right? With like, you have friends, you love playing with them, but like certain games, you're like, I want to play this with friends, but I don't have friends that I feel like I would enjoy playing it with. Right? And I'm not gonna play fucking Arena solo, I'm not a psychopath. Well, I'm a psychopath, but I'm not that kind of psychopath. If anyone's wondering what the fuck I'm talking about, there's a League of Legends game mode called Arena. It is probably the only way I would have fun with it, because I play mainly ARAM if I play League. Now, I play TFT or ARAM. I haven't played normal League of Legends in years. And I'm not kidding on that one. With my best friend, we constantly crack jokes and still play decent. It's a hard thing to get right. It also doesn't help that, like, I'm extremely out of practice, so I would be getting a little frustrated myself. With that, I don't play League, which is a good thing. Not playing League is something that's a positive thing about your life, keep that in mind. It's a mug beer again! I'm trying to even think, like, the problem I have is I just don't have games to play with my friends most of the time. Because, like, most of them play kind of what's the newest game. Or, like, they'll play a game and then they'll move on. I can't afford to do that anymore. I used to be able to do that back when I worked, right? It's like, oh, we want to play a new game every other week. Let's play a fucking new game. It's fucking 20 bucks game? Sure. Oh, 60 bucks game? Yeah, we can do it every once in a while. Oh, this person doesn't have it, but doesn't have the money this week? Fine, we'll pay for it. But like, not playing League is a blessing I cherish every day. Good. Stop throwing wheels at Celeste, man. Kind of fucking weird. It's a difficult one, right? Is like, and I think that's how most people kind of play games nowadays. Or at least that's my experience in the last like 5-7 years. Can't just buy the peak and then move to another friend game. What a poor moneyless old man. I'm not gonna lie, right? Just as a kind of like soft thing, I was actually invited to a Peak collab and I had to turn it down because I can't afford to buy the game at the moment, and that's basically it. I actually like felt really bad for turning that collab down. I really wanted to I wanted to do it. I really wanted to do it. I was just like, I don't have the money for it at the moment. I'm sorry. Like, I think I phrased it as, sorry, I don't own the game, and that's probably a little too short a notice. Which is my way of softly saying, I don't have the money for it, please. Also, I think I did a few fights with those characters having maxed out ABP stuff. Oh well. Wanted me to buy it for you as a dono? No! No! I already have enough of that shite. I appreciate the sentiment beyond compare, but no. Too fucking like, no you don't. Put the wallet down. Put it down. Like 20 PLN. I mean, how much is it? I mean, I've already turned the collab down as the thing. Yeah, it's like 11 bucks, 12 bucks. Like, it's one of those things. Could I nudge the money in for it? Sure. But, like, I just don't... Cost less than a dinner I'm eating now. Okay, I want you to realize, this is gonna possibly say a lot about me. That costs about as much as, like, if I wasn't tight budgeted, that's how much, like, I would pay for food for a day. Nearly. At minimum. Like, I could easily go up to 20 bucks for food in a day, and that's not even takeaways. That's just, like, straight up getting the cheapest ingredients. I eat a shitload. I hate having a high metabolism. Because, again, you might go, oh, well, you get fat. No, I don't. That's the thing. If I don't eat this shit, I'm skinny. Like, this morning I ate 2 pies. And I'm talking, like, pies that are, like, about as big as my fist each. That was my breakfast before stream. I'm still gonna get hungry before stream's over. I hate my metabolism, man. It sucks. Like, I actually eat multiple kgs of food in a day. Just to, like, not feel hungry. Yeah, I'll fucking sure. Sounds like my friend. It's worse because at my age, everyone around me goes like, how fucking much can you eat? And I'm like, this is me being, like, trying not to show how much I eat. Because I scared people the other day with this. It's like, most of the people that are my friends around my age, I eat as much as multiple of them. Brand guy ate 2 old... Okay, real talk. I think I've proven this on stream before, but like, if I order pizza, when I do, I order 3 pizzas and like sides and extras. I eat that over a day or 2, at most. And that's a real fucking thing. I can eat a pizza in one sitting, very easily, and I'm talking big pizza. In fact, I feel really bad because, like, the people I live with, there was, they, when it's the 3 of us, they'll buy 2 pizzas for the entire thing. And they'll eat, like, half a pizza each, and I will eat the remaining pizza, and a side or 2. And then I will still go, like, in, like, 3-4 hours time, if I've not gone to bed, I'm like, I need to have a snack. And by a snack, I mean, like, something substantial, so I'm not, like, getting hungry. It's skinny as fuck, by the way, yeah. Already bought him a game, so he would stream it. Wasn't that me-side? I fucking loved that stream, man. That was a fun stream. I am really glad I got to play me-side. They eat everything because everyone's full. Yeah. It just... I feel so scummy when I'm doing it, though. Personally. I got an achievement for defeating 2,000 monsters, okay. I swear I'm chilling out in this game. But no, it's one of those things that I shouldn't feel embarrassed for eating how much I need to. But I feel like if people have offered me food, I shouldn't overeat in front of them, right? Like, it just looks kind of bad if I did. To me. But we've already talked about how I have weird things I don't want to do in front of other people. Like, if I've got an injury, I try and do my best to hide it. The only thing left is me asking if it's really okay 3 times. Admittedly, I'll do that as well. It's like, there was a recent dinner that was made for me. That the people in the house, they made and I could have. And I basically sat there like, are you sure? It's like, yeah. And it's like, and they asked, how much do you want me, like, how much do they want me to, how much do they want to prepare for me in addition? And I sat there, I'm like, as much as you're willing. And they're like, that's not an answer. And I'm like, that's the best kind of answer you're getting out of me, because I will eat whatever you make, and I will be happy with that, because that is food that I did not have to make myself, and it's food that I can eat. But and yeah, I get the whole thing of like, we don't want you to go hungry. I'm like, I'm gonna be honest, it's an uphill battle. I'm gonna probably be hungry either way. Like, I'm not even kidding with this, by the way. Before someone goes like, oh, you eating as much as like a whole household to yourself. So, back when I was with like the old family home that I was in, the old rental, where I was with my ex and everything, she kicked you out of the house, yeah, pretty much. I was the person that made dinner for all of the people in the house. There is 4 people in that house in total. Me, my ex, the flatmate, and the head tenant, right? When I made food, it basically got to a point where half of the food I made was for me, and everyone else would eat the rest, and their stuff would still have leftovers. That is how much I can eat. And these people didn't eat small portions. They ate pretty normal portion sizes. It's a fucking struggle. So yeah, there's a reason why, like, I try and I eat daintily, I would probably phrase it as, when I'm eating on other people's either dime or, like, supplies. I definitely eat more reservedly in those situations. Oh god, I remember getting invited around for a dinner recent-ish, and they're like, oh, we made a shitload of food, have what you want. I grabbed like 2 hash browns, 2 sausages, an egg, and I can't remember what the other thing I grabbed was. And I grabbed that, I ate all of that in like a couple of, like, a few minutes, very, very quickly. And I get a look from the main guy of the house. He looks at me, and he goes, you need to eat more. And I'm like, no, it's like, no, I know you. Eat more, bitch. So I went and got a second helping of the same basically stuff. I was bacon, that's right, some bacon. Until the point where, like, I had to think a 3rd serving as well. Like, it's a fucking, anyone that knows me, it's a uphill battle to actually make me eat as much as I would be happy eating. And I want to stress, I don't eat to be full, because I know that's actually quite unhealthy. I eat to, it's because there's apparently like a diet thing where it's like you try and eat not to be full, but just before being full, and then you eat before you get, like, actually hungry. And as long as you maintain that balance, it doesn't matter when, like, don't eat at times, eat at, like, kind of hunger instances, and try and eat to within that scope. Obviously, if you're trying to reduce your intake, try and, like, reduce your intake. But I probably should take this fight a little seriously, because, you know, this is a hard fight, but I'm kind of lazy at the moment. Terra is not casting spells. There we go. But yeah, no, I appreciate my friends that I have around me for being pretty aggressive with that sort of stuff now. Again, Noxie comes and checks on me every few days to see if I'm alive or not. There was actually one time she came in when I'd fallen over and knocked myself out in the process. She helped me out with that and was like in the process of prepping to move me and like figuring out answers to get me to the hospital if I needed to be. Because just as a soft reminder, I do actually have a lot of heart problems. So it's really nice to actually have people that check that stuff up, right? As part of the agreement of me coming and living here is that they were basically going to take care of me, which I keep make the constant joke of I'm basically their pet. And I don't think that's even that inaccurate at this point. Stay well, Grandpa, hey. That's the worst part. I'm not even that old. Well, I'm old enough. That's what I'll answer it. I'm old enough. I was born in the 90s, and it's not that long ago. I swear. Depends on what you consider old. Yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm still, like, of the mentality that if you were born after the, like, 2000s marker, I can't understand how you're considered an adult. Like, if you're a post-Shrek baby, there is no way you're, like, in your 20s. I refuse. I know, statistically, yes you are, but I can't accept this. And yes, I use Shrek as my fucking go-to, because that was 2001. Me born in 2001, not being adult. It's just so weird to me. It's like, how? How are you, like, nearly 25? How are you nearly a quarter of a decade old? Not a century old. How's that work? So you're laughing at early 2000 ads? Yeah, it's... The problem is that, like, yeah, I've shown early 2000s ads or, like, so on and so forth, and I'm going like, I remember that on TV. So, yeah, no, I kind of sold myself out with that one, eh? We produced it in 2015 and... Shut up! Shut up! Ah! I refuse. No. Times change, old man. The future is now. No, I refuse. You can't. No, man. I still stand by. I feel like I'm pretty like tech savvy, for example, right? I hate that there is a very real chance in like the near future I'm gonna be like completely gapped with my technical knowledge just by some random advancement, and I'm gonna feel so fucking out of place on that. Old man yells at a cloud. A cloud. Wait. Oh, that got really bad for a moment there. No, we're talking about the clouds outside, right? Have a Happy Wheels grandpa from... Oh my god, no. Come on, Grandpa, let's put you to bed. Back in my day, I remember having to download Buffy the Vampire Slayer of dial-up, and if they tried to give you a phone call, it would ruin the download. Yeah, Grandpa, let's get you to bed. Ah, yes, I remember when we had to set up raids over TeamSpeak. For WoW. Yeah, Grandpa, okay. Do you remember where you were when the planes hit the towers? Yes, Grandpa, of course, Grandpa. I wasn't born yet, Grandpa. What? Ah! I remember getting pulled out of school for that shit, by the way. I think I was pulled out of school. Was I? I think so. Talking about falling over and getting hurt, and I can only picture that one scene of old man and Family Guy breaking his bones. It's not even that inaccurate. I felt, to be fair, I did fall on the concrete, mostly. I did fall a bit on the grass, but I just kind of fucked my shit up. You fit the role so well. Melith cries and old. It's... by the way, all the shit that I just said there, I actually are things I've experienced, right? I mean, fuck, I talked about Video Easy Blockbuster earlier today. I think I've already shown I'm fucking old. I love and hate it, man. I love and hate it. Like, I stand by the moment you can start, like, counting your thing of, school, that was decades ago for me. Like, the moment you can say that, you start having, like, this part of your body that's, like, hits, and you're like, no! I think the moment I hit 24 was when it fucked me up the most. Because then I could start, that was the moment I started talking in like, over a decade ago. And that just, there is a part of your brain that just changes the moment those words leave your mouth. Like, it unlocks a hidden ability called psychological old man damage. You now take damage from being old. That's what those words do to you. Never utter those words for your own sake, and you might never see that perk unlocked. Check Discord. Oh, no. What is this? Wait, I need to make sure the audio is muted here so I can actually listen to this. Also the fucking horse things. Grab my hand! Oh, I hate this. Is so fucking true, though. No, this is actually so true. Oh shit. I love it and I hate it. I love it and I hate it. I still got a high school. You old people. God damn. What I imagine when you said you fell over. I'm not gonna lie, the fact that there's some accuracy to that is depressing. This is a soft reminder, when I fell over, I had already pressed a thing to call an ambulance. Because that was how, like, prepared I was. And I had to go to hospital, and, like, there was a moment while falling where there's just like a, well. That's it. That's the end. This is the end of me. Poking fun at you, but I'm not that much younger. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I'll always stand by this. If you're even 1 year younger than someone, or like they're 1 year older than you, so like, or the person, yeah, or someone's 1 year younger, like that sort of stuff, you always do it. You always commit to the bit. Just as a little reminder, Noxie is like half a year older than me. Her and her partner are half a year older than me. She would constantly call me the baby, and I started calling her the hag. Now we can't because we're the same fucking age. Somewhat younger man fell over and died. Medics still wonder how that happened. To be fair, I told you know, I'll always stand by this. So we have, like, for the most part, like, free medical care and such here in New Zealand. Our ambulance rules suck ass. If it is heart related, so like heart attack related, it's not considered an accident. However, if you like trip and fall, that can be considered an accident. And that affects your ambulance bill. If it is considered an actual accident, ACC will pay the full amount. If it was heart related, they won't. So I had to pay $100 for the ambulance, even though I fell over. But if I had fallen over for other reasons, like slipping, I would not have had to pay. Explain that to me. Explain that to me. And if you're gonna go, oh, just don't mention the heart thing, I fucking can't! I fell over because of a heart attack. They had to check that stuff. And they can see my medical records. Which is literally in big bold words, bad heart. That sounds so dumb. It is! And I fucking hate it, and it's really stupid. So yeah, fuck our system sometimes, man. It's like, it's beneficial up until a point. Insurance fraud today in New Zealand, I'm listening just in case. No, it's genuinely, that's the problem, is like, if they've got access to your medical records, you can't actually even do like insurance fraud. If you don't give them access, they'll also just charge you the straight amount from memory. Because like, you could be lying. I fell over, hit myself hard, and then had a heart attack from the helmet. Yeah. Nah, it's actually such a fucking shit system. This is why, in the nicest sense, I actually appreciate Noxie has turned around and given me like a special exclusive number so I can contact her immediately if I do fall over instead of an ambulance, because she gets paid to leave work. If I told her, hey, I've fallen over, I can't get the fuck back up, I need to go to hospital, or heart-related, whatever, she can actually come and get me at about a similar speed as an ambulance and get me to the hospital for free. And she gets paid for this because work gives her paid leave for that shit. That is not how the world should work. The world should not entice you to not use its emergency services. when it's an emergency. That's fucking America logic. I don't like that shit. I mean that lovingly, but like genuinely, even Americans will agree. It's really fucking stupid how some of the medical stuff is done over there. I think I know any American that agrees with a lot of the healthcare in America. Just have a better heart, honestly, skeleton. You know, you got a point. I know here in Poland we just call the ambulance. Go, quick, call me an ambulance! You're an ambulance. Man, I really am fucking old, aren't I? Did you know, little wild thing, here's another Malith lore drop moment. I have been saying dad jokes since I was in primary school. Or like, first, whatever you want to call it. It's basically your first official schooling after like 5. I have been saying dad jokes since then. Do you understand why I'm called Malith the Old Man? It's because I have been an old man since I was a child. Reminds me of the beers in America where landlords would ask you about your monthly pay when renting an apartment, and if it's below something, you just can't rent it, because no, it's weird. I mean, we kind of have similar stuff here, because it's a measure of can you afford it technically. Like, you have to declare your income, but it's like, is your income above the amount you need to pay? Yes, that's all we care about. For the most part. At what point do we call you father? So this is again where we get to the joke of how for the longest time, luckily enough, I'm not the oldest in this group anymore, nor am I treated as such, but for the longest time in the vast majority of groups I've had in my life, of friend groups, I am called the dad of the group. Now, this is irregardless for the fact that my ex used to call me daddy, but fuck, I said that way too cleanly. Moving on. Oh, Moving on. I don't have anything I actually want to give to Sabin, so I might trade him out. Just drop the TMI as it was nothing. By the way, I want to stress, while I do embellish things for comedic purposes, there are some things I say that are completely and 100% honest. Let you figure out if that one may or may not be on that list. Tomorrow. Should we try tossing gold at the enemies to just get him stuff? While I'm doing the ABP farming? Might not be a bad show. Yes, level 12 go, exactly. To be fair, if we do this, we're not expecting him to ever fight. Okay, one question. I'm gonna need more, of the meat though, right? The dried meat? So, where do I get more dried meat from? Because I'm pretty sure I need dried meat every time he turns back up, right? No, I don't, right? No, I don't need it for every time he turns back up. No, you only needed it for like the first time he comes back. I'm pretty sure. Sabin suplexing a train. I'm not gonna lie, I actually cried ugly with the laughter on that one. Like genuine cried ugly laughter with that. That shit was a little too funny. I have one dried meat, we can test it. See if I don't need the dried meat or if I need the dried meat. I guess leap I need to do? Yeah. I'm not, this game has had some really great memes in it. Like the dumb shit lines from Kefka as well. That's a lot of letters, and they're in an order I don't understand, and I apologize. It's the secret texts! Just yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pronounce it because I can see the thing letters. Ow! Herod, don't blow up gold. Yeah, no, I just need to wait for him. Okay. Okay, nice stream, but I gotta go. See ya. Ah, I see. I'll catch you later. I'll catch you later, Devil. It's always good seeing you. Have you played Final Fantasy games before, or all these first playthroughs? So Final Fantasy 1 holds a very special place in my heart. I played that many a times over. Final Fantasy 2 I've played once over. And Final Fantasy 14 I finished Realm Reborn. That is the only Final Fantasy I've played before this like kind of series of streams. Now the version of Final Fantasy 1 that I've played the most of would be the Brave Dawn one. I think that's what it's called. Like Brave Dawn, yeah. It's the one that had the combo of 1 and 2 together, like the special global release thing, the English, with the basically expansion to it. Absolutely love that game, and it and Pokemon Blue were probably the games I've played the most at my earlier stages of life. Yeah, I want to say those are the ones I played at the earlier stages of life, and that's basically what informed a lot of my gaming. Until I was introduced to stuff like Warcraft, and Command and Conquer. See, I've never played with any Final Fantasy games. The only ones I've seen are 6 and 15. That's fair. I would definitely say, like, I probably wouldn't have done this playthrough naturally. Okay, that's really weird wording. So I've said this before, streaming has been a great avenue for me to be able to justify things I wouldn't do normally. An example of this is outside of this series was, okay, so I do need to stop action. That was kind of funny. I'm sorry, Go, I may have hit you hard. Was Yakuza series though. The Yakuza franchise was a franchise I never expected myself to play, and I would have never set aside the time. And now that I have actually played it, because I played a good chunk of it through streaming it, I'm sad at the idea that I wouldn't have played it. It is one of my favorite franchises I've ever played. But like, so many games I've played in my time now that, like, bits and pieces, right? So doing this Final Fantasy playthrough is one that I would recommend to people, but I understand it's a lot harder to do when you're not justifying it by, like... There's a thing of, I started playing some of them for stream, and now it's like, well, I can't not keep playing them for stream. Right? Is why I want to start recording videos / streams just to progress / finish games I started. Yeah, that's the other thing as well, is I accept how notoriously bad I am for, like, playing through a game and not bothering with additional endings, or even sometimes it's getting to the ending. And it's not because the game's bad, it's just because I lose interest, right? Or, one of my worst things I have is, like, I will try and play a game, I'll be working, and because I get work done, I'll distract myself from playing the game, and then I just get back to finally having free time and forgetting completely why I would even want to. Right? Like, anime is a pretty bad one for that. Anime, I'm notoriously bad for that. I wouldn't have done that if not for streaming thing. Yeah. I openly admit to this. It's like, again, I don't think I would have ever gotten around to playing the Final Fantasy franchise if it wasn't for streaming like this. Or if I did, it would be so far down the line, right? I mean, like, the first game I ever... I'm trying to think of the first games I ever 100%ed that wasn't just, like, Pokemon Blue and Final Fantasy 1. I mean, outside of that, it's basically you don't see me playing anything other than Warcraft games or, like... It takes a long time for me to finally get to anything that's not a strategy PC game, actually, more than I think about it. Oh no, there was also the Buffy platformer game that I played on floppy disk. I'm trying to even remember what that was fucking called. Oh, and the Magic School Bus ones. Y'all remember those games? The ones where it's like multiple discs as well. I remember enjoying those ones. You remember that talk about showing age? Let me look it up. No, don't emotionally do that to me. Magic School Bus is amazing. It's the Magic School Bus. Magic. Oh, I hope this is a normal trip. With the frizz? No way! Da, 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 da. How old is that series now? Magic School Bus. It's over 30 years old! Oh, shit! Oh, no! Oh, shit. I remember the books. I remember... Damn. Damn. I was not ready for that damage. I'm actually having a moment. Oh, shit. Don't die just yet. What am I supposed to do? It was Magic School Bus and like Blue's Clues and shit. Oh, don't tell me how Blue's Clues. How old was that? Ah! I'm taking a lot of internal damage right now. Give me a moment. Why do you keep doing this to yourself? I don't know. I don't know. Oh. I clearly really hate myself. Let's get hit with an emotional damage crit. Honestly, yeah. I definitely took some critical damage there. Oh my god, that was... I was really not prepared for that to say that it was over 30 years old. And that Blue's Clues is just under 30 years old. I was really... Windows XP? Dude, I played with DOS. I used Microsoft DOS. Don't even talk to me about XP. I remember 98. I remember having to code in access so I could play my fucking Thomas the Tank Engine pinball game off a goddamn floppy disk. Bitch, don't even start with me. Oh my god. I'm now starting to feel the old and my old man tag a little bit too much, I think, right now. I am never going to be allowed to, by the way, like, remove that tag from my name. At least you're on Windows 7 now. No, I think I'm on Windows 10. Dude, I remember Windows 8.1 and how much people hated that. You remember 8.1? Or were y'all the people that went to like Windows 7 then just from Windows 7 to 10 immediately? Like, the best part is, right, is I could remove the old man tag from my name. And I could be Malith. I will never escape the old man, though. It will always be there. The old man will always be chasing me. Wait a minute. Huh. No, I'm not gonna leave. I'm gonna leave that one alone. We don't need to talk on that one. Both 8 and 8.1. I can't remember. Was 8 even public? Because I know 9 never hit public because they just skipped to 10. I'm trying to remember. Wasn't 8, like, very quickly scrapped and moved to 8.1? Because that was, like, mid-2010s. I was a kid and didn't understand anything. Ouch. Ouch. Gotta really dig that one in, huh? No, but, like, I don't think... I'm trying to think. Mid-2010s pain. I'm pretty sure it was, like... Wasn't it, like, 2014 or something like that is when 7 came out? Maybe? Because XP was, like, early 2000s after 98, because 98 sucked ass. But yeah, XP went in, then we got 7. I'm actually having a moment. I want to look this the timeline up. Windows OS timeline. In 8, they tried to ditch the desktop. In 8.1, they kept the 8 menu but brought back the desktop. That's right. That's right. Yeah, so then okay. So early 2000, so 1985 to 1995, we have Windows 1 to 95. Yeah, so I remember using MS-DOS. And then, yeah, 95 introduced the concept of, like, the interface. Then I remember, yeah, 98, was a huge update. 2000, ME didn't fucking survive. Then they went to XP, yeah, 2001 was XP. Vista, which was horrendous. In 2006. Windows 7 was 2009. Windows 8 is 2012, and 8.1 is 2013. Then Windows 10 is 2015? Man, that was a lot older than I thought it was, huh? So that means 10 is 10 years old now. And then we've had 11 since 2021, which I still haven't switched over to 11. I probably should, but I have to do it manually. Where's Windows 4, 94, 96, 97? Yeah. Yeah. Dude, it's wild to think about that. But yeah, no, there you go. So it's kind of the rough timeline. No, so I remember working in MS-DOS though. Because that's how, like, you'd have to... If you've ever used, like, command prompt or anything like that, you'll kind of know what I'm talking about with it all. But, like, you basically, to get to a file, you have to go to the top file, then you'd have to go down the file's access route, and you'd have to execute the exe or relative program data point from writing in the code to actually activate it. And again, we're talking about, like, before primary school, I'm playing games like that. And people wonder why I'm good with code. I've been doing it since I was not even able to count my own age. Can't really recommend switching to 11, especially if you need to make good use of your hardware. The problem is, I do want to switch to 11 because there are a lot of quality of life features that it introduces that I think is beneficial. But I do think, I don't know if I want to switch this computer to it. I think what I want to do is I want, when I do the next computer, I'll do that in 11. So I'll have a Windows 10 and a Windows 11, because then it means I don't have compatibility issues with new stuff while doing stuff on the main PC. But it means I'll still have access to normal stuff in the previous one. Like, we're also talking about this. I'm the same kind of person that for the longest time wrote programs into the OS to crack it. And would basically do the stuff like get rid of, damn it, I didn't press the stop thing correctly. So like, fucking Microsoft, Internet Explorer wouldn't be installed. Never looked into it and it never affected me. What's the terrible difference between 10 and 11? It's mostly software bloat, if I remember correctly. But there is a lot of user interface stuff that, or like, again, kind of user-friendly stuff that got added, which is what I kind of like. Aside from that, there's not... Again, it's just the very typical stuff of, like, unless you have a reason to update, there's normally not a reason to update when it comes to my OS stuff. The problem is, if I recall, Steam is going to stop supporting 10 as its primary soon. I think I heard that. Or am I mistaken with that one? I mean, I still remember when we heard XP was going to run out of its kind of thing, which really fucked me the hell up. The LDR would be 11 has some quality of life improvements, but more bloat. Usually pick your poison situation. Yeah, I think that there exactly summarizes what we're talking about, right? It is not 100% strictly better, but it's what do you want out of the stuff. Hasn't officially announced that they're ending support Steam 10. It's likely the support will end sometime after Windows 10's end of life, day in October 2025. Thank you. Okay. Well, that answers exactly what I was saying. That's good. So there we go. There's a reason why, like, I'll probably stick with 10 on the main PC if I can, and I'll move to 11 on the new PC. If the new PC ever gets fucking finished, admittedly. Oh, now you can't sunbathe. You're a fucking ass. Did I just target my... Why did it target my team for that? Why did that target my team? Did it continue holding the last targeting lock on? It shouldn't, because it was an attack and it changed. What? Make a PC, Joe. Silksong, but ironically, Silksong is no longer a myth. Exactly. That was very strange. I just hit my team with a fucking nuclear strike by accident. It's fine. I should probably get Mog back up. That's fine. Ugh. Targeting your team in JRPGs is the greatest thing ever. I remember playing an RPG Maker game and losing a boss fight like that. I am not against targeting your own team because I think, again, the moment you learn that from Final Fantasy 1 even, if you heal an undead, it deals damage, was just incredible to me. Like, I remember being a kid and just, like, having that situation occur and being like, this is incredible. This is one of the greatest creations of all time. For uses for targeting your team sometimes? Yes, there are. Even in this one, we talked about it in the last stream. If your team gets frozen, you can hit them with fire attacks and it will, unfreeze your team. As well as, for the longest time, how a tactical maneuver to do is in Final Fantasy, if a target has reflect on it, it won't reflect a reflected attack. So if you cast reflect on your team, then you can target your team member with a nuclear spell, hit your team member, reflect it on the enemy, and then they'll take the damage. Sometimes you just want to punch your teammates for being useless, for example. Yeah, no, that as well. But no, I think that's a legitimately interesting strategic use for that sort of stuff. And I think it's really valuable to enable the opportunity for that stuff. Tactical nuke. I mean, tell me any Ultima spell or like any flare spell isn't a tactical nuke. Because that's literally lore-wise what they are. And if you don't think that, like, genuinely, have you looked at the lore of what a flare actually, like, flare spell actually is? It's fucking scary. Maybe placebo, but I once killed my team member, revived them, just so they did better accuracy and damage high rolls. Okay, not gonna lie, I would love for a game to introduce a mechanic like that, where it's just like, oh, I can't purge your effects, but I can res you, and you get reset if you die. So you know what I'm gonna do? I'm just gonna kill my team member, res them so they have, like, no status debuffs. There's also characters in games that will often have, like, oh, deal more damage the lower health you are. So, like, obviously hitting them sounds really good at that point. You get them low yourself, faster. Right? That is a strat I saw somewhere on YouTube, yeah. I think the fact that that can be an option in games is awesome, and I feel that is why, like, these sorts of mechanics should never really disappear. I will stress it does depend on the game, though, right? Never make the thought that every mechanic needs to be in every game. Because by that argument, one of the things I'll always stress is the argument of gamers loving to get, whatchamacallit, realism in games. You want realism in games? Go play Escape from Tarkov, and you'll quickly learn how, like, unbearable that could be. Like, I think Escape from Tarkov is an incredible game. I will never play it, and I think everyone that enjoys that game, good on you. You found the kind of game you want, but other games should not have that. There is a reason why we don't play games for realism. We play games to fulfill a form of fantasy, fulfill a objective of some kind. And that's why once I learned that, because I was part of that club where it's like, oh, this isn't very realistic. Why aren't you doing this? Right? Like, I will remember being part of that club. And then I kind of clicked to it, and it's like, it's the same reason why, for the longest time with stories, all I would do is question, why is this good thing, like, why is this event happening to this person, of all people? Like, if in a chosen one storyline, you'll see that, like, I'm gonna use, I don't know, fucking Del Toro as an example. All of the events that occur are so normally unique and special to the character. You're like, man, this just doesn't, like, it's extreme. See, if it wasn't for these events occurring for this character, this story wouldn't be interesting. So why are you complaining that the story is interesting? Right? You have to suspend a bit of disbelief with anything you ever interact with, just to allow it to be itself. Never stray away from that kind of concept. It is perfectly acceptable for that to be the case. That is the mindset. We play games to kind of escape from reality, not like Half-Life 2. Yeah. Or not have Life 2, yeah. No, that's what, I thought you meant not Half-Life 2, and I'm like, yeah, well, I mean, yeah. But no, exactly, right? Like, this is why there's an argument that was made, and I remember having to explore the narrative of this for a degree-related concept. We're talking about the concept of how someone believed gaming would move to what they nicknamed the holodeck system, where it's basically going to be like the holodeck from Star Trek, right? Where you're standing in a real-life space, you yourself are there, and you're interacting with a virtual sphere of realism. not realism in that moment, but realism somewhere else, right? Like, if you've taken realism from somewhere and put it somewhere else. So basically worse Ready Player One kind of visual style of that. And they believed adamantly that is what the direction of gaming would be. So I'm gonna ask you, do you want to be able to just walk around in your room and it look like somewhere else? Not be able to do anything incredibly special, but like that's how you'll watch TV shows, that will be how you play games. I don't think that's actually what a lot of people want. I'm not saying some people don't want that. Like, some people do probably want that. But like, I'll be honest, if you told me could I have Ready Player One, where it's like super excessively phantasmal and shit, or like Sword Art Online, I think I'd prefer that over it most of the time. Speaking of Half-Life, I recently started playing it. It's amazing, love it, though I'll probably have to do a second playthrough to actually listen to NPCs. Yes! Yes, there is a lot of shit in those games. The lore for those games is very, very big, and I think it's incredibly interesting. Also, realism is expensive both in development and for potatoes to run. Yes, that as well. I, like, 100%, like, there's so many... People don't actually want realism in their games. They want a world that feels realistic. And there's a big, big difference between those terms. You want a world that feels realistic to it. You want a world that's mechanics feel grounded within that world, is what a lot of people actually want. One of the best examples I can give off the top of my head for this sentiment is Ghost of Tsushima. There is a mechanic in that game that is the reason I gave up on watching a playthrough of it and decided I would buy the game myself. Which is the mechanic of how it does waypoints. So in Ghost of Tsushima, how it does waypoints is there's not like a thing like at the top of your screen or like a check marker thingy so you can look at it and like a compass sort of thing, right? There's no compass. You press a button or you flick a thing and the wind pushes you in like it nudges in a direction relative to where you would need to go to get to the location you've marked on the map. Like your objective marker. Is that realistic? No, that is very phantasmal, but it feels like the mechanic is grounded in the world it's from. And I saw that, and the moment I saw that, I'm like, I can't watch someone play this game. I will need to experience this game myself. And I'm so glad I did, because that game was incredibly fun. And that just goes to show exactly what I mean by, like, it's not realism that's wanted, it's realistic. It's not realism or realistic things, it's things that make sense within the concept of what you're giving. Like, otherwise it can be a jarring experience. I mean, like, fucking, what is it, Backpack? Is it Backpack Dungeon or something like that? There's an adventure game, there's a roguelite adventure game that's with backpacks. And I think that one's a really great example. We want good immersion? Yeah. We want to feel like the things that we're seeing within the game make sense within the game. Now, the way I'm phrasing a lot of this is very specific because there are games that don't have a narrative, or don't have, like, mechanical things that care a lot about the stuff that, like a story. Or like the world, and that's fine, because that, again, I play games like that. I play Cookie Clicker, because then we get to a point of argument of those mechanics will still feel correct within the sphere of the stuff we're playing with. I do not think a game needs a story to be good. In fact, I sometimes feel a lot of games suffer because they're too busy trying to make a story for a game that actively doesn't want one, or it works in opposition to its gameplay or mechanics. Right? I keep forgetting that I need to not autopilot with Gaul because he doesn't leap correctly. But yeah, it's a really interesting topic for game development because, like, when you kind of analyze these sorts of things, you'll understand story is often not the first priority with a game, and that's good. That doesn't need to be the first priority with a game. In fact, again, like, if you make a story and want to make a game with that story, that's great. Again, not saying that's a bad thing. But if you're trying to do two things and merging them together, there can be complications that make it not beneficial and difficult. What is the list of rage that I have? I have a lot of things in here now. Damn, I have a lot of things in here. I even have the Behemoth King. If you want the story to be the main thing, consider a visual novel. No, actually, you've got a point there though, right? Like, as much as it's a joke, 100%. Oh, you want a story? Why are you playing a game then? Go watch a movie. Go read a book. Right? Like, I'll always call out interactive movies and games where the game play is so secondary to the story that it feels like the only reason there's gameplay is to try and invest you in the character more than what would be happening naturally because of just the fact that you're playing the game, so you're more invested into the character and, like, by nature. My favorite franchise is Monster Hunter, which really doesn't need one. Yeah, no, again, Monster Hunter, does it have a good story? Does it have a really deep lore? Yes. Do I think the vast majority of people that play Monster Hunter even fucking know a scrap of it? Fuck no. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of people that play Monster Hunter see big fucking dinosaur or dragon and go, I'ma kill that. I want your tail for parts. Right? Like, I think we can all agree to that. And that's not a bad thing. Again, everyone plays differently, obviously. And I know people that I've, like, talked with that just go, no, I don't enjoy games that don't have a narrative. In fact, Magic the Gathering's a great example of this. I have a friend that just straight up said, I don't play Magic anymore because they gave up on the lore. Right? Like, they stopped playing Magic the Gathering, a card game, because the lore started getting a bit more flaky. Now, that is not an opinion I've heard only once. I have heard many people that have shared this opinion. And while I think it is perfectly fine to play a game for the lore, I sit there and go, it's a card game. Have I learnt the lore for the game? I've done my best. But, like, as a short answer, do you know the fucking set that I'm enjoying the most and I'm probably going to enjoy the most for the longest time? Final Fantasy. Does that have any lore towards the fucking Magic the Gathering? Fuck no, it doesn't. It's a Universes Beyond set, and Universes Beyond are literally just said to be nothing to do with the actual franchise. And I absolutely love this set. because I'm a fan of Final Fantasy. Now, I'm also a Commander exclusive player, so I'm not going to get into the arguments about these sets being in standard and all that sort of stuff, because that's just a nightmare of an argument. But the point stands, right? I mean, of my collection, almost like easily 30-40% of my collection is just Final Fantasy cards. Which should say either how small my collection is or how much I like the Final Fantasy cards. I stand by, if I wasn't building building the PC, I would be buying more Magic cards. I want to buy another Final Fantasy booster box. Like, 100%. But the problem is, that shit's like $400. Which, again, to kind of iterate, a Final Fantasy booster box, just the normal one, not the collector's one, is the same price, is just shy of the price of the the motherboard that I want to buy, which is about $500-600. Let's go gambling. Ah, dang. Ah, dang. Man. I stand by. I'm also the worst kind of person for that sort of thing. I'll look at a card. I'll see its monetary value, but also, I like card art. One of the best examples of this, by the way, is, there is a card. Okay, this might say a lot about me. There is a card, I've looked at the prices since then, that I traded with a friend of mine, because he wanted the card. I traded the Ishin to Evans's one through the ages that was Lightning from the set, right? So it's Lightning. I have another copy of it, give me a second. Lightning Low Commander, right? So it's a Through the Ages card. I traded one of these, this is like 20 bucks, for Golblies. The Golblies Sir Conrad Through the Ages, which is not even $1. That tells you everything you need to know. I got 2 of this Lightning, and they got 2, and the people I live with got 2 of the Golblies. I'm like, I'll trade you. I don't give a shit about price, I just want that card. If I get enough excess of a thing, am I happy? Sure. But like, when I got the Sephiroth, that was the Atraxa Through the Ages, I didn't sit there and go, ooh, big money. I sat there and I'm like, I'm happy, I got a Sephiroth. Also big money. So I just sat there and like, I'm just gonna put that in a sleeve, I'm gonna protect that shit, and I'm not going to, I'm not gonna sell it. I'm gonna try and figure out a way to make a deck around it because I like the card. And that's why I want to do that stuff. You're one of those, I want this because it's cool? Yeah. And it's why I stand by my sentiment that I hate how much the cards are worth. So to kind of reiterate, that Sephiroth card I have, that's over $100. I'm not gonna sell it. I could sell it, and like, I could, realistically, if I went through the Final Fantasy cards I have, and didn't make as many of the decks I wanted to make, I have probably, like, $500 worth of cards that I could sell quite easily. And that's, like, including the exchange, like, cost. Into real money. Like, real talk. I don't want to do that. I want the cards. I want to make the funny deck. Learn 50 enemy techniques with the leap thing. Ooh. I think I've done pretty well with it then. Don't bless me, no. Get that shit out of here. Give me a good old Gesundheit or some shit. That's a lot, yeah. No, like, genuinely, we can pull it up in a second. Because I think it's like $60 US. Architect. This is the easiest way to look. So I have my stuff there. Fuck you, how dare you sneeze? Exactly. No, don't bless me. I don't want the holy shit coming in here. Alright, so I'm looking for my Through the Ages stuff, right? Yeah, there we go. So if we hide this for a second, and then I just group by collection. Of the ones I own, I have over $100 US of just these cards off this side here. So like, I got a Kefka's Tower, which I was happy about. But this is the Gold Bleeds I'm talking about. So it's about $1 US. I traded it for this, which is about $20 US, or $18 US. I don't give a shit. I mean, I've got multiple of this Darkness of Eternity card, and I put it into decks that I could. I never understood the card fascination, but I do hold respect for everyone doing it. I just don't understand cost for cards. I think that sucks ass. I like card games, I always have. That's something I'll openly admit to. But you know, the card I was talking about, where is he? Where's the Sephiroth? This one. Sephiroth the Savior. Oh, it's gone down a bit in price. But it's $45 US. I have this card. I could sell it. Make a good bit of money. I want to sell it. I want the card. It's cool. The most expensive one is Stay With Me, though. Which is, Ristic Study. Because Ristic Study inherently is a very expensive card. But, like, that's what I just stand by. I don't think cards should cost as much as they do. But like another example is in this deck here. So this is my Terror deck because I wanted to make Oops All Summons deck. Look at how much this card costs. And yes, this is the version that I have in it. This is a $70 US card. Like, what the fuck? I just like it because it's pretty art. It's literally the concept arting of Terra. And then if you flip the other side, it's the Esper Terra concept arting. Like, that just looks cool to me. But no, apparently it's really expensive. I don't care. I won't play the card. Card pretty. Same reason why, like, I use these arts of the cards because I own these versions of the cards. I'm not gonna buy them. Like, you can see, the green little stripe there indicates I own it. You can see that I own every summon that's not in a commander deck. And I've just put the versions that I own. And, like, some of them are the basics. Some of them are the very arty versions. Some of them are, like, the foil arty versions. That does look sick, yeah. I'm of the perspective of I go after whatever looks like this card here. This is the cheapest version of Tom Bombadil. I love this fucking styling. I think this is cool as shit. This is, by the way, not a Final Fantasy card. This is a Lord of the Rings card. I like Yuna. This was the only Yuna available. This is like $30 US. I paid less than that for this. And it's just like, I just wanted the card. I fucking hate that. I hate how expensive some of these cards are. I mean, Clash of Eakins as well. For, like this one. It's right behind my head. That's a fucking cool looking one. Same with this crystal fragments as well. Like, this is just a really cool fucking looking thing. I'm very easily put into cards that I'm like, that just looks pretty. Oh, it's the cheaper version? Sweet. Like, one of the things that fucks me up the most, so this is a deck that isn't actually getting made very easily. So this is the one with the Sephiroth, as the commander, right? So I owned this version of Ginger Taxes. Now, this is a bullshit card, by the way. This is, like, the perfect example of you're an asshole, right? Just because of the last line here. Each opponent's maximum hand size is reduced by 7. Your base hand size is 7. This basically means at the end of all of their steps, unless the end of their turn, unless they have something to, like, change their hand size, they have to discard their entire hand at the end of every one of their turns. I'm sure you can understand why that's just... There's a reason why this is called a game changer, is because it's just not fun. But this is the version of it I own. I love the art for this. But it's also like 11 bucks. Whereas, let's see if we can find... The base version of it is nearly 20. How is that more popular? Yeah, this one's not even... Oh, that's because that's the thing. So this one's slightly cheaper. And that's like the old printing of it. Oh, this is a secretly, so inherently it's gonna be... Oh, no, that's cheaper. But that's in Phyrexia, that's why. But yeah, this version of the card, I fucking love this style. But I can see how garbage it can be to play against. Yeah, no, it's basically every turn you're top decking. Right? Like, you have to remove it. Because that's the worst part, is you can't even hold removal for it. It is just awful. It's the same reason why this Vorinclex, which is the same art and same stuff, it is also, this little symbol here is Game Changer, by the way. Because this one is really easy to explain. Whenever I tap a land for mana, add 1 mana of a type that land could produce. Whenever an opponent taps a land for mana, that land doesn't untap during its controller's next untap step. When you tap a land, that's how you gain mana from it, right? And that's how you are able to pay for your cards. These things at the top here are the cost, right? So this is 2 green mana and 6 any other mana to play this card. This basically says, when you tap your things, you can't untap it at the next beginning of your turn, which is what the whole mechanic should be. So it means your lands can only be used every other turn. And my lands give me 1 more mana for tapping them. Your land, everyone else's lands but mine, can be used every second turn. That's an asshole move as well. And if you're wondering, yes, I own this card because it was cheap and it's funny. And I wanted to do an oops all Phyrexian thing with Sephiroth. Because Sephiroth, this one is a Traxxas, which is a Phyrexian. And Phyrexians are basically like, how do you describe Phyrexians? They want to destroy the universe is all you really need to know. So I decided to do kind of like a Phyrexian-themed deck with Final Fantasy Sephiroths. Because I own this Sephiroth, I own that Sephiroth, I don't own this Sephiroth. And this Sephiroth, by the way, is the one that's like considered quite bullshit. Because of the flip side. Where it basically gives you a thing that permanently means whenever any creature dies, you get to ping a player and you heal for it. Like, you can deal 1 damage to a target player, and heal 1. And all this BS makes me really happy. I tend to avoid making too BS of decks, but apparently I'm not good at that. One of the best examples of this is my Feed the Cat deck. This is a deck I absolutely... This was a treasure to me. This is the first deck I ever made from the ground up, and it's now been recently upgraded, like, quite hugely. And as you can see, yes, I own every single... Like, this is the version of the deck that I have currently. This is the commander of it. So this is the card that, like, the deck is built around. And it is just Big Cat. It's whenever... so all other creatures than this creature, including enemy creatures, are food artifacts in addition to their other types. So they're basically, they act as if they're a food thing, a little food token. Which is normally like a little artifact thing that you can pay to tap it and sacrifice it and you gain 3 life. Whenever a food is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, I put counters on this and it gets bigger. Basically, whenever another creature dies, this gets bigger. That's all you need to actually know. Also has what's called ward, which means an opponent cannot target this creature unless they pay that cost. And the cost is to sacrifice a food. So they have to sacrifice either a food or a creature, basically, in a sense, to target this. Which is why one of my friends got really upset, is because he went to, like, kill it, but he had no creatures on the board. I'm like, you can't pay the ward. And he's like, what? You can't pay the ward. Scaling? Yeah, especially when there's a rule in Commander, though some people don't follow this rule, which is when if your Commander creature does 21 or more damage in total throughout the game to a player, that player will die. And if you're wondering why that's the case, the game starts with 40 health. It is very easy to get to hundreds of thousands of health if you're playing a deck that supports that archetype. It basically stops infinitely scaling health decks from just going like, cool, you can never kill me, I'm now here for the rest of the game. You can't attack Melith if you don't feed him first, got it? That's the thing, you can attack, it's if a spell or triggered effect targeting it, right? So you can't kill my cat very easily without doing a sack food thing. Unless you do something that doesn't target it, there's answers to that, obviously. Like if you do a board wipe where it just destroys all creatures, that doesn't target it. It just destroys all creatures. But the problem with this deck is, here, this is a fun thing, and I know we're going real off topic, but like, this is a card here that will give you a great example of why this deck kind of goes bullshit. Camilla the Seedmaster. Let's ignore most of the text on this except for this part here. Whenever you sacrifice one or more foods, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. If my commander, the big cat, is on the board, all of my creatures are food. So if I sack that squirrel token that I create from this, I create a squirrel token because it's also a food. So that means if I sacrifice a creature, like if I have a way of sacrificing a creature in any way, I could just infinitely sack the creature. Over and over and over and over again. Infinitely. And if you think that might not be a problem, because why would that be like a benefit? There are cards that are like this, which is whenever this or another creature you control dies, sacrificing counts as dying, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. If I can infinitely do this, I'll just do this and then everyone at the table is dead and their game is over. And before you go, oh, well, it must be kind of hard to do the sacrifice stuff. Where is Phantom Train, one of the Final Fantasy cards. Sacrifice another artifact or creature. Do this effect. Thing is, this is not limited to once per turn. I could sacrifice a creature. That token comes back out. I sacrifice it again. I do this over and over again. I have now created an infinite loop where or like a near infinite cycling loop that if it's uninterrupted, I can just kill everyone. And I can have several ways of going past it and making it hard to deal with it. And that is not my only sacrifice outlet. If I create enough tokens at once, I also have stuff like Parent Took, which is sacrifice 3 foods, draw a card. And then I have other ones where it's like whenever a token I control leaves the battlefield, do the ping again. You're seeing where this is kind of going. I also have board wipes that kill everyone else's cards, so this means that this card gets massive and I can just swing it and kill someone. Yeah, no, this deck is a little bullshit. There's a lot of ways this deck can kind of just kill everyone. There's also a really complex one with Clock of Omens and Witch's Oven. I'm not even gonna bother trying to explain that one. There's also like real weird infinite ones with this one. Untap all your lands you control, activate only once per turn. But that effect is limited to that card. Or like the thing that's activating it, and there's a thing that means I can... How do I explain it shortly? This card means all of my food tokens have the things exiled by this card added to what the food can do. So all of my food tokens can now be sack 10 health or untap all my lands. So I can, as long as I have the health for it, untap all my lands as many times as I want, as long as I have that many food tokens. Does that make a little bit of... It's really... This deck gets confusing very quickly. It's a lot of dumb shit kind of goes on here. But I did add like a few Final Fantasy cards to this. I mean, we've got Bahamut. Yeah, Bahamut. It's a terrible card in this deck. Bahamut. Airship crash. Do I have any other ones other than like really obvious ones in here that... I mean, Mirkwood Bat, I think is... yeah, this is Lord of the Rings. So is Parent Took, though. A lot of dumb shit that just goes together and works. Yeah, and it's all around food synergy, and there's a reason why it's just feed the cat. I win about like 4 different ways with this one. That is how this deck can kind of do. It can either kill you by swinging with a giant fucking cat, it can swing with a fucking massive board of little like dudes that can just overwhelm you. It can sack outlet, do a sack outlet to just kill everyone. Or it can, I think there's another way of winning. I mean, oh yeah, no, I removed that card. Right? I mean, it can just keep players from not being able to play the game as well, fairly effectively. But like, I can even use a mid-sized board and just kill people. It's good. Jaw. Yep. I swear we're playing Final Fantasy. It's in the back. But I have several different ways of playing the game, and I try and make diverse decks. I mean, this is one of the ones that I want to make, but Okay, to explain this best, this is a deck that I want to make that is basically, I grabbed 3 precons and pretty much only picked cards out of those, and it's the same colors, and this is using the Terra precon. So this is using the Final Fantasy VI precon that was released. So you can see there's Celeste, there's Go, right there, there's Cyan. If you think I'm actually kidding, this is straight up them. But I've also added cards like Joshua, Lightning, and this Lightning as well. Like, this was the idea with the deck. I do not own this deck. This is a deck that I want to make, though. And it's using these cards to basically make a really fun way of doing, like, a swing at the enemy constantly kind of deck. Like, just keep attacking. That's what this deck wants to do. It just wants to keep attacking and attacking and attacking. Over and over again. And it's mostly using cards within those precons to accomplish this. It's 3 different precons. It's the Mardu precon from Tarkia with Zergo, and it's also the Fallout one with Caesar's Legion. And it's literally all of those in. Also, fucking, I wanted to add Snort just because it's like... Fuck Snort. Fuck this card. Because fuck this goddamn fight and fuck this goddamn mechanic in Final Fantasy VI. Snort is one of the worst attacks. You cannot convince me otherwise. I absolutely hate it. But yeah, no, I thought this would be a fun one to try and do. I like giving myself challenges from time to time to make decks. Because, like, it's interesting to me. Give myself a challenge, play around with it, see what I could make. Like, where is it? This is probably one of my favorite ones I've made recently. This was a deck that's designed around the mechanic of dungeons. Yes, there is a dungeon mechanic where you enter a dungeon. It doesn't show them down here, but like there are multiple dungeons in these mechanics. Basically, it means you've got a thing that you're doing as a mini-game, and this is a deck to play around that mini-game. Admittedly, this deck kind of is good. It is what's called a bracket 4 because there is a couple of infinite combos in it. Where what I can do is I can infinitely go through a dungeon, and the dungeon can deal like 5 damage to target player. And I can just keep doing that over and over again, accomplishing it, and killing the player. It does require some really weird finesse, but I can do it at like instant speed. Which means that I can do it at any time I wish to do it. So even if it's your turn, I can do it. It's a little weird though. Anyway, remember how we were playing Final Fantasy? Let's go back to Final Fantasy. Welcome to Magic the Gathering, one of my fucking, like, big things that I just go into from time to time. I love playing Final Fantasy a lot, but I also love Magic the Gathering. It's very easy to do both. What the fuck is that? Okay, so that was a thing. Wasn't this a Magic the Gathering stream? Yeah. Hey, maybe I'll do Magic the Gathering streams again one of these days. I love how it's just like, huh, what's this? Fights it. Ah! Well, I'm glad it ran away, instead of me having to do the running. A dead kill goal. Poor goal. Poor go. Alright. At this point in time, I feel like I just made today strictly, like, farming. Because, like, it's fun to just go off topic and sit around and farm. it's nice and relaxing sometimes to not just be like having stressful story stuff go on. This is when I find out a character is dead now because I decided not to like go after them immediately. Alright. There we go. That was fucking weird. Oh look, it's Go. Let's not punch him in the face this time. Come here, buddy. I feel like you could do podcasts. I mean, in a sense, that's kind of what my dev streams tend to end up a lot. I've considered doing actual podcasts, like dedicated stuff before, and I have done it a couple of times, and it's not been bad. It's just, I feel like having a thing going on as well tends to just, like, complete the thing. It means I have something I can do while I'm, like, not talking, in a sense. Also, to be fair, I have a microphone setup I can do that's, like, super podcast orientated. I mean, this mic is a podcasting mic, right? And I've also got a very, fairly monotone voice when I'm actually just left to be thing. So it's really good for, like, falling asleep. Yes, I 100% acknowledge this is a trait of mine that I've had since I was young. Is that I've, like, since high school I've had this kind of voice. And it just kind of sits at this deeper, more monotone end, which is really nice and soothing for a lot of people. Which means discussions with me, if it's like late at night and we're just kind of discussing things, it's very easy to fall asleep. Rambling while doing crosswords, got a grandpa? Dude, fucking what I would give. I love that shit. Oh, well, Go's dead? Wait, did Go die to Mog's sunlight? Wait, what happened? I feel like I missed something. Well, Go's dead. I'll just let them kill it. To be fair, I think I've already gotten the Delta Beetle anyway. But no, you're telling me that it's not, like, kind of fun to just, when you're playing with friends, just talk about whatever? I like that a lot. Hang out with friends, just kind of talk shit. You play your game, but, like, you can also discuss whatever topic. I play a lingo, game about words, synonyms, animals, homonyms, all that, BSSX. But for the life of me, I can't do crosswords. I mean, it's kind of different skills required with that, I feel. Well, not skills, but like just different sections of like the brain, isn't it? I really appreciate random talks. I stand by. I've had people come to stream a few times going like, just play the game. Like, focus on playing the game, stuff like that. I'm pretty sure the vast majority of the people that tend to watch me and repeat coming back, that's not actually what they're here for. They're here for, like, the weird, rambling discussions. Now, admittedly, I could make an argument that's my personal perception, and that might be wrong. I'm not going to enforce that on people, that's definitely why you're here. But I do feel like the people that keep coming back, come back because I do that shit. Right? Like, I'm someone that has spent a lot of time trying to be... After the Fox raid, I'm just here to chat. Yeah. Right? It's just here to vibe. And it's good to have, like, discussions, topics, and stuff like that. But, like, I have the benefit that, like I said, I've done a degree and a half, basically. I've done a lot of work around being an educated individual, like high-end education. So I try and formulate my thoughts a fair bit better. And through that approach, I can be a fair bit more analytical. My degree's in education, so I have a very big part of me likes to find ways to break things down and talk about, talk about topics in a way that people can understand it. And I'll always apologize if I go beyond that scope, and I'll try and find ways to either explain that or accept that, like, it's just not really something that's relevant. That's why I've done with programming. Like, I feel like with programming, I make an effort. Background is nice, but could do without it in a way. Yeah. Like I said, I have done 1 or 2 podcasts in the past as an attempt, and it's just really hard to find a consistent topic to work with for, like, any stretch of, like, an hour or 2. Like, once I get to that point, it's like, it's very reliant on chat to keep that going, and at the time I didn't have as active of a community, so maybe it will change a bit now. Professor Mel teaches about quantum mechanics and relativity of cis-sibling relationship. Oh, fuck, they caught me. To be fair, quantum mechanics actually a really simple concept and overall, if explained correctly. Non-jokingly, like genuine. I came to understand quantum computing, quantum mechanics, back in primary school. Now, feel free to call me a little weird child for even kind of wanting to research that. I did, in primary school, I researched chromosomic theory, quantum mechanics, and other stuff. I mean, all you need to understand is it's the difference between linear numbers and decimals, right? It's the idea that it's not yes and no, there is yes, there is no, there is maybe, there is everything in between yes and no. That is what quantum orientated things are kind of referring to most of the time. Right? I think that's probably the most trimmed down version of that concept I can give. I would have really done with a heal there, Mog. But yeah, and I think that will always be how I can kind of summarize a lot of that. I mean, that's what quantum computing is, literally. Normal computing is binary. It's 0 and 1. Quantum computing introduces the concept of decimal places. This will sound bad and idiotic, but as a primary schooler, I was interested in murder, crime, and modern Minecraft factory making. So, Minecraft wasn't a thing for me. I probably would have been a lot more interested in it at the time, admittedly. But the vast majority of people that I knew read shit like Goosebumps and stuff like that. I was in fact an outcast for not reading Goosebumps. So I do not think you were an irregularity for that kind of thing. I think it was high school I got introduced to Minecraft, right? Was Trying to remember, when did the website Minecraft come out? The alpha was in 2009. No, I wouldn't have been. Who told me about it? No, it was a high school mate that told me about it. It was, ironically enough, I think it was Max that really got me into it initially. He played a little bit of it on his laptop at the time. And then... oh yeah, and then Yogscast came in. I remember getting into it around when the Yogscast turned up. One of my favorite things, I think the thing that caught me the most was Tekkit, which is now considered, I think, Tekkit Classic. I'll always openly admit the mod that I think I fell in love with that, like, was the reason I came into playing modded Minecraft particularly, was Equivalent Exchange 2, if anyone knows that one. I fucking love Equivalent Exchange 2. Because it just fulfilled a way of doing stuff that I love. Which is like hyper optimization and weird, wacky designs that accomplish like the weirdest interactions. Like how you'd set up the... you'd set up a macerator that would feed through blaze rods, and then you would convert the blaze powder that came out of it into blaze rods to remacerate, and then you'd offset the excess amount. It's Project E? Yeah, no, Project E is basically redone it, and there's also the add-on for it that just means it goes completely bonkers if you keep going. And it turns it fully cookie clicker playstyle. And if anyone's wondering, it basically makes it so you can make the power flower, is what the term was. It's basically a thing that creates you EMC, but you can make them as a one-block item that just feeds it into you instead of like into a thing. It just feeds it into a global network attributed to you. And you can, and it starts becoming super cookie clicker with it, where you basically go, I make this one, then I make this one, and then I upgrade all of these into this one, and then I keep doing this process and over and over and over and over again, and you just keep escalating till you get to the top tier one, and you're like, cool, I now make gazillions of resources per second. I am God. I did a hardcore playthrough with that in it, and it was one of the first things I targeted. The add-on was like Project EX. I think so? Sounds about right. Nah, I stand by, like, if someone invited me to a Minecraft server, and, like a modded Minecraft server, and that's in it, you've got a very good chance of getting me to want to play it. I will say, in counterance to my own statement, I tend not to play on Minecraft servers with people overseas nowadays, because to give an idea, to Europe, most games I have about 300 ping. If you're wanting an example of what that sounds like, that's about a near to 1 second-ish like a good 1-ish second delay or so, 1 or 2 seconds sometimes. FTB Project EX took the Project E from the OG creator and it went from there. So, if I remember correctly, the OG creator made Equivalent Exchange 3, which was a completely different changed thing. Is it Pahir? Was it Pamir? I I can't remember his name. I've talked to him before. But like, basically, I know someone asked, can I use Pahima, isn't it? No, something like that. But he wasn't actually the original creator. No, he was the person that kept working on it and then made it Project Equivalent Exchange 3. The original creator did give the go-ahead for Project E, though, if I recall correctly. Because they are using the original assets and everything. But, like, Project E is basically what refined storage is to Equivalent Exchange, and if anyone knows what the fuck I'm talking about with that, you know exactly where I'm going. So refined storage is what equivalent, fucking hell. I'm actually just going over the top of myself on that one. I'm blanking. Holy shit, how did I just, like, completely have all of that leave my brain? Basically, they're both computer storage mods for your items, except the original developed in a very different direction, and refined storage was like, what if we took the original version and just modernized that? And they did, and I personally prefer refined storage. Personally. Something like that. I don't know much because I didn't go into it. Yeah. But I absolutely adore Equivalent Exchange. I think the mechanics behind it and the philosophy behind it is so fun for me. What were you talking about again? It's refined storage and what is the name of the original one? What's the other, like, predominant computer based storage mod? It's something 2. AE2. Applied Energistics. Isn't that it? Yeah, I think it's Applied Energistics is the original one. Applied Energistics, then it went into AE2, which changed completely the mechanics. And then someone came along and made refined storage, which is basically what AE1 is. But modernized. Applied Energistics? Yeah, it's a storage mod. So it's like, you make a computer with hard drives and stuff like that. And hard drive disks, and you can use that to, like, store your items instead of chests. But yeah, like, AE2 got really, really complex by comparison. Which I liked the idea, I just didn't quite like the execution. And I much preferred the kind of, like, escalative nature of, the original, so that's why refined storage is my preference. But yeah, no, like, aside from that, I understand that I may have said a thing. Like, AE2 it's more powerful in a way. I use refined storage for low complexity. Yes. I will agree with the sentiment that excluding add-ons, AE2 is inherently way more capable, but way more complex. It is significantly more powerful. Because I'm pretty sure auto-crafting isn't even in baseline refined storage, right? I'm pretty sure it's add-ons that even add the auto-crafting computer stuff. Which, admittedly, by the time you're considering the auto-crafting stuff, you're normally so fucking strong. It's purely storage and base, I think. Yeah, I think it's like, you need 2 or 3 add-ons to give it the full AE1 experience. Which is fine. Like, again, I have no problem with that. The fact that they even, like, accomplished what they did with it was really cool. And I also appreciate because by separating it into add-ons, it means if you strictly only want to give a storage mod, you can do that. And I think that's great. Man, I really want to play like a tech-focused, or like, you know what I mean by tech-focused Minecraft pack. The last pack I played with my friends, the server sadly enough kind of dripped away, like none of us kept playing after a specific point. I got really busy sadly, and everyone else kind of just stopped playing. Because I think they beat the Ender Dragon as well, and all that. It was very much like a Vanilla Plus experience. And I'm not gonna lie, while I like Vanilla Plus, I love making factories. I much prefer making like hyper-complex machinery and architecture than I do like just kind of having survival experience. In fact, I don't know if the image is still on my computer. Give me a second. We'll get into a fight and I'll go try and find it. I'm looking for photos, and now try and remember where the fuck it is. I think it's in my, like, to-sort folder, which has been a to-sort folder for literally, like, 7 years. To give an idea, it's been a to-sort folder since, Ruby Volume 3 came out, if someone wants to try and check how long that's been. Wait for this folder to load. It's a big folder at this point. There's like over a few thousand items in here. A few thousand photos. One of these days I'll sort my photos out. Actually, I think some of these can, like, yeah, so this folder is before Volume 3 of Ruby. Damn. Yeah, because there we go. There's a Volume 3 meme there. Photo sorting stream. I would not be allowed to, because there is definitely some photos in here I cannot show. I forgot about that one. You remember when you know those times where you're like with friends and you do dumb shit? So, one of the times me and my friends, one of my friend groups were sitting and just watching Japanese ads. Just straight up random Japanese ads, and we were making fun of it. There was a Santa ad. Like a Christmas, like, Coca-Cola Santa ad. And... This is an actual screenshot from an actual ad. This is in the background of the ad, admittedly, a little bit, but it's like, you can see this pretty easily if you're, like, paying a little bit of attention. It's just that. Yeah, we were acting like fucking morons. Okay, where is... I'm looking for ore engine, I think was the word that I had for it. This is back when I actually named every photo I downloaded. Good lord, there's a lot of photos here. Naming photos, I got, yeah. So, like I said, this is a fairly old, like, folder now. I do not even post to this folder anymore because I have acknowledged it's a thing I need to do. Yes, file compression and a magical nutshell was what this one's called. As you can tell, there is a bunch of memes in this folder. There are some that are just straight up not acceptable to show. But yeah, this is file compression in a nutshell. No, sorry. File compression in a magical nutshell is how this is actually worded, is the name of this image. Sorry, yeah. If you know, you know. If you know, you know. Oh, yeah, I'm not showing it right now. Oh, that's right. Wait. Let's go show the Santa quickly. I forgot that I've still got the game capture on. I couldn't see my stream for a bit because I was covering it. There you go. So that's the Santa I was talking about earlier. That's straight up in a Japanese ad. It's just like, that takes up a 10th of the screen. It's So Santa knows. Santa knows what you were doing. Yeah, so that was the Japanese ads that I was watching with my friends. We just saw that and couldn't stop laughing. It's the most creepy fucking thing ever. Yeah, it's like, I think it's a Coca-Cola ad in Japan. I think it's a Coca-Cola ad. I know it's a Christmas ad from Japan, though. So we've got that one, and then the other one is this. This is the file compression in a magical nutshell. Where is this fucking thing? Because I know it's in here somewhere. Ah, yes, your name, our name. Oh god, back when fucking, what's the name of it? It's the fucking Gems Rocks, like, anime. That one. Except it's not an anime, it was originally a manga, and I read most of the manga at the time. I'm trying to remember the fucking name of it. It's like Land of the Lustrous, I think is the English for it. Yes, fuck the chicken. Where is... I swear it's in here. And I swear it's not that far down. Oh, you know, I will show you this not safe for work image. You ready? This is my most not safe for work image that I have. Give it a sec. Fuck it up. Alright. There we go. It's my most not safe work image in my folder. If you're wondering how long this photo has been in my files, it has been since I worked a very long time ago job, and they had kind of a chat room thing with emails that we could send to, and there was a complaint made that too many people were sending not safe for work things, or like off-topic things to it. Like both of it, and it's just like there has not been any not safe work imagery or anything like that actually posted. A lot of people's complaints have been investigated and all that, and I send this, and you can just see HR. I sent this. They're across the room. They look at the email. They look over at me and just shake their head. It was one of the funniest fucking moments. I loved that shit, man. That was fucking peak. So yeah, not safe work photos in the workplace. If you're wondering, it took me like 3 seconds to find this image. I literally typed man standing on chair, and I found that. But here we go. Finally, I found the image I did all of this for. It's the ore engine that I made in one of the modded things to... So this engine I duplicated several times over and did a bunch of other stuff with, but this was the early version of it. I upgraded it several different ways. It was nasty by the end. I constantly crashed that server just because of me, like, trying to do anything. So this is, once it loads, this is an example of what I enjoy in Minecraft. And why I should honestly just go play fucking, Factorio. And then after this, we'll go back to Final Fantasy, I swear. Distractions! Topic? What topic? There's no on-topic here. There we go. But this is a loose example of what I did. So the idea of this was, this feeds in a resource that can be used to double the things done through the pulverizer. And then what would happen is through the middle, all the pulverizers get fed a resource. The resource then proceeds to get pulverized, and then put into the furnace, cooked, and then the furnace will output it to here. What I eventually did was I did it on all sides. So there was pulverizer on top and bottom, and furnaces on the sides, and then I added like additional layers to it all. So furnaces could take only input and everything like that, and it would effectively cycle everything through as necessary. It would also filter only things that can be cooked to the furnaces, and filter the rest of things that have either been cooked or can't be cooked into this chest, which is the input into my system. And like, I upgraded it several different ways, but that's why I say, like, this is a very early example of what I would do. And I did it so I could just like infinitely mine whatever the fuck I wanted. I had to try and create the infinite storage device just to keep up with my output at one point. Which that, like I said, I constantly crashed that server because that isn't something that should be craftable. Because of how fucking intense it is, like, by a logic standpoint for the game. Trying to store that much data and sort through that many things, it was just too much. So a lot of people got pissed off because I kept crashing it would only back up every, like, couple of days. So people would lose, like, a day's worth of work sometimes because of me, and they're like, we're kind of done. And I'm like, I get that. And I think I was playing on like 200-300 ping for that one, so I kind of had enough as well. So yes, tech mods are what I enjoy the most. And that didn't even have like an equivalent exchange in it or anything like that. That was just straight up me just doing bullshit with thermal. Thermal expansion. Good mod. Probably my favorite, like, just tech mod, I want to say. Santa knows if you've been a good kid. Yeah, exactly. And just hitting the thing without even a thing. Yeah, love tech mods. Tech mods, let's see. Tech mods just let you do sort of stuff in dumb ways. Exactly. It's absolutely necessary with tech mods to, like, let them just kind of do their own thing. And I fucking adore it. Oh, is the YouTube chat not turning up anymore? Why is that happening? But yeah, no, like, it's 200,000 years later. Yeah, takes a while to get through everything. I feel like I put in a good bit of effort to try and find that as quickly as I could. That shit shows a lot of how much is in that folder. But yeah, no, it's... Tech mods are phenomenal. I think tech mods are some of the, like, best, like, expressive things there are in something like Minecraft. I understand that that's not something what everyone wants to do. Because some people just want to do the thing. Right? There's a reason why Vanilla Plus, I think, has become one of the more popular ones. want to... Actually, I can't say shit. I don't know. I haven't looked at statistics for game stuff. I assume Vanilla Plus is normally the more popular one because that's what I often see from, like, content creation. And content, it's either one of two things happens. It's either content creation sets the pace or content creation follows the pace. So I don't know, or it's just, it moves against the grain, right? It's those three options typically, actually. So I don't know which of those three options it is. Is Vanilla Plus the popular one? Does anyone know anymore? Does anyone actually pay attention to that shit? And if you're wondering what I mean by Vanilla Plus, it's like very vanilla orientated mechanics. And very little in the way of like excessive tech addition. Like, not changing the mechanics too like aggressively. I need to look that up later, because I'm actually curious. Because yeah, most of the people I talk to want to play Vanilla Plus. Vanilla is popular because it's just easier to understand and everyone can pick them up, while tech is just, from an outside POV, very complicated, which it's not, let's just be honest. Yeah. No, it's, like, again, the engine that I showed earlier, right, is a great example of that looks super complex. That's literally, these put in a line, these connect to it, these connect to that, done. I need to add filters. Filters are easy. You just get the item and tell it this is what I want you to take or not take. Whitelist, blacklist situation, right? It's very, very simple to do, as long as you, especially if you get something like a templater thing to make it easier and faster, right? It's when you get to, again, like AE2, high-end AE2, yes, that's complex. In fact, I argue Create is one of those ones where it is deceptively difficult. Or, like, got a deceptive amount of depth to it. Which, admittedly, I'm still of the, and I mean this in the most love, and because I know it's going to be taken negatively, I have never truly played with Create properly, because Create is one of those mods that I'm just like, this is from the era past me playing modded Minecraft. And because of that, I feel weird with it, and it feels too new and too different for me that I haven't sat down and put the effort in to learn it, and I've just not been in the mood to learn it either. I do not think it's hyper complex or difficult to get into. I think I am putting a perception on it that's undeserved. And I should really change my opinion of that. Right? I think that's probably a fair sentiment to put forward. Yeah, which I find, again, it's super ironic when, like, Draconic Evolution, Thermal Expansion, and those sorts of mods are the mods that I find super easy. When those are mods that, while are fairly easy, are not super obviously easy for some. Trade is deceptively hard. It looks hard, but in reality it's very easy. I myself don't like it because it doesn't scratch my tech itch, which pipes and electricity. Kinda, yeah. Like, I think that's the other thing as well, is just the theming of it, while I think is phenomenal and perfect for a Vanilla Plus mod. I think it just misses a bit for me. Time for you to sleep. Nice time, bye. Catch you later, sweet. And thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good rest. Make sure to have good dream. Dreams are important. Especially good ones. But yeah, I think I agree with like the aspect of it like not scratching the itch, right? I think that's a thing I like more or less agree with. And it's not to say, again, not to say the mod's bad. I am very much not saying that. I have, from an external perspective, looked at that mod and gone, that's a fucking cool mod. I think that mod's an incredibly awesome looking mod. And I would love to, like... I think I would enjoy, like, knowing how to use it if it wasn't for the fact that my brain's like, yeah, but I just prefer to play with this instead. Like, just visually alone, I think Create has a huge advantage over a lot of other mods. Because, like, being able to make a rustic settlement that actually has, like, functioning water wheels and stuff seems so cool to me. But I'm also, like, very much a fantasy-esque designer, so I like making citadels and castles. It's probably my main thing I like doing, or I make, like, Vanilla Plus sort of orientated designs. So again, Create should fit into that, I don't know. I fully take the blame on me for not getting into Create. I'm trying to even think of, like, if there's a mod pack that I'm itching to play. Because, like, I like mod packs that start you off weaker than normal. And, like, kind of but you can get godlike, right? There was a mod based on the Tensura anime that I tried to set up a mod pack to play with friends, but it was super buggy, and we had so many problems with it. There was actually a specific mechanic that just completely didn't work, and it really hurt playing. There was also one person on our group that was a little more selfish than he realized. Is that he... Okay, there was a mechanic in it where basically you could beat a specific boss and you would get a chance at a trait. And the problem was, all of us kind of needed that trait to, like, evolve, because that was the idea, is you're evolving up, like, tiers of power. You start off weaker than normal, and you get up to, like, godlike powers. He found the thing to summon it, and did it without telling anyone. And his argument was, it's like, oh, but can't only one person get it from killing it? And it's like, yeah, but there's also, like, a level of thing with it. Right? Like, there was ways we could have siphoned the skill as well. Like, I think one of us had a thing that meant that we could, like, yoink it from the target by attacking them, something like that. It updated, it's now reincarnated, and I think the multiplayer is progressing. That's awesome to hear. But yeah, no, that was one of the things that, like, upset me a little bit with it. It's like we tried to keep very basic with a lot of our stuff, and our power level across the board was pretty low, except for him then. Because he basically, again, he managed to unlock the one, like, linchpin point of his evolution path, and then he just became kind of godlike after that, and he just kept progressing and didn't... And then it's like all of us still at fairly basic stages kind of felt unfun at that point. And it just became like an argument of none of us really felt like we were progressing more. Because it just became a thing of, oh, there's a problem like with a fight, send him in. He's the one that can destroy this thing instantly. Or like can actually fight it. The rest of us can't. So maybe I'll do a playthrough of that at some point. With the Tensura mod. Or something equivalent. Again, like very... like typical sort of game anime I would probably be up for. Like that sort of JRPG leveling. Level up your stats obscenely, but you start at like lower stages. Oh, do you guys remember I think it was called the Monk mod. That was actually part of the one that I think I just showed a second ago, from that Origin, that mod pack. Had the Monk mod. I think the Monk mod was incredible. It was, you kind of had to accomplish a task, but then you got a benefit from it. One of them was like, punch stone, break 10 blocks of stone with your fist. And then you could now mine with your fist at a stone pick level of power. And there was one later on where it was like, I think it was break a block of obsidian with your fist and you could get diamond mining from your fist. There was another one that's like, take this amount of void damage and not die. And you would gain the ability to fly. Like, shit like that, I think is awesome. Because it just rewards you from, like, really putting in, like, an obscene amount of effort for something. And it gives you, like, a clear path of ascension to do stuff like that. That's why, again, like, I think Equivalent Exchange was so tempting. It's because Equivalent Exchange is pretty obvious what the end game looks like. And you can follow it pretty clearly. Same with Thermal, same with a lot of those. I mean, Draconic Evolution has just become immortal, basically. God, I love Draconic Evolution. That's always a good one. I mean, I stand by, once we get a PC upgrade, I definitely think I'm doing a Minecraft playthrough again. I'll have to make a custom mod pack for it though. I think. Maybe I can convince my friend to host the server. Draconic was great, the Chaos Dragon was fun to fight too. Yeah. The best part with the Chaos Dragon is that, like, you fight it, you get your ass handed to you, like, 3 or 4 times over, and then you fight it for, like, a 4th time or a 5th time. And you're like, man, you're a little bitch. Just stand still so I can vaporize you. That's what made that mod fun for me. Right? The desire to just completely overpower and dominate by the end. If you can give me near creative mode power, but I have to earn it, I love that. That's what I want. To be fair, I'll use another example of a game that, like, is why I have to be careful when I'm doing, like, modded playthroughs of things. Was Let's Starve Together. It turned out I found a bug with one of the mods that we were playing with that gave, like, kind of RPG stats. Is that if you swap save, like, if the game kind of has to change things, it could potentially refresh certain weird things weirdly. Do I know of... Yeah, not off the top of my head. The name isn't ringing a bell immediately. I apologize. But, basically what happened was, the points would... You would be given the stats, like you were supposed to be, but then the points would be applied on top of that. So you could remove the points and you would still retain the stats on certain ones. So what I ended up doing in that playthrough I had with my mate is I transitioned the world a couple of times, going like into the caves, I think it was. Which was what triggered it. I did that a few times, realized that was a bug. I told him and said, we're not going to abuse this, but I've already got, like, the stats. So what I did was, because I was playing a modded version with the character from Bufuri, so I was playing as Maple from Bufuri, I just put it all into minusing my speed, increasing my defense stats, and making it so I literally just couldn't die. I couldn't die, anything hitting me would die, and it was really funny. But, like, I had to put in a self-set restriction that I could never increase my speed. And I had to actively, like, do everything in my power to reduce my speed. Again, really fun, but, like, the fact that that's kind of how my brain works as well. My mentality is, if I can become unkillable, I don't care about my damage, because then I can just outlast you. But yeah, I had, like, I think I had 2 sources of 99% damage reduction, or 95% damage reduction. And then... I'm trying to remember the rest of it. It was... bunch of flat damage reduction, 2 sources of 95% reduction, which reduced the like, it worked multiple against each other, so it would be 95%, and then it would be 95% of what's left. And then with the flat damage reduction, constant healing, and everything like that, I just couldn't die. And then I had, like, resist to all of the elements as well. I kind of just walked around and was a problem. But yeah, no, I like that. We did find a bug that this was the only bug I abused. So, how that mod worked was it gave you, her shield. And how the shield worked was, when you're hit, it would expend up to 10% of the durability of your shield, and then deal damage back. Now, you could set it to have a cooldown. I set it so it had quite high damage, but it's still, like, that was it. I think I gave it, like, a good bit of damage, in retaliation, as part of the config. Because I didn't realize this bug existed. How the bug worked was... the rule of it is it expends up to 10% of the durability. One of the mods meant that your equipped item constantly regenerates durability, like once every like couple of seconds. Do you know what the problem with that is? 1% is enough for it to trigger. So what would happen is it would see that I'm not having 0% and it would expend up to 10%, which is not, which is enough to trigger it. So I would just get it basically every attack or 2 from the enemy would just trigger the retaliation damage. And it was insane. Hey Matthew, how's it going? So, let's see, I think it's one of the technically newer ones adds the infinity tools and armor. breaking through bedrock, something along the lines of infinite iframes with full armor. Jesus. That sounds kind of interesting, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, like that's an example of how my brain works with games, as well as I figure out the weirdest problems. And I will consider that a bug, because it's clearly not intentional, because the idea was it consumes 10% to keep in with the lore of Maple could only use the shield effect like every, was it 10 times per day or something like that after they nerfed it canonically in the series. Because a fun little reminder to anyone that actually has watched Perfurity, in the beginning of it, when she applied the Devour effect to her shield, it initially didn't have a cooldown and didn't have a restriction cost. She could infinitely, throughout the entire day, just insta-kill anyone that touched her shield. There's a reason why the developers had to nerf it in the series. Because imagine playing a multiplayer and someone being able to do that. I'm kind of similar, I love breaking things. Why do I have 11 more nickels? Oh, so about that, Matthew. Some things happened, in Final Fantasy. It turns out, we caused the world to be completely destroyed. Now, there's a very good chance it was probably more made, but the fact is, when we found Terra, we found, about, like, 5 kids. Or, about 10, was it 8 or 10 kids, or something like that. And they all had lost their parents because of the events that we let happen. And, Terra was their supposed mother for the time. And, yeah. Like, the fact is, when the moment one of the kids said, "My mom and dad protected me from the scary light," they stopped moving after that. I was like, ah, shit, I have to add this to the counter. We also did let a character potentially die that was potentially the only one. I'll assume 11 kids. No. I think it was 10 kids, but it was one was another thing. Technically, that kid's still alive and is currently sleeping somewhere and is a character we can have join our team. But their dad, I decided not to wait on the airship, or wait for the airship, and potentially the only character that's now dead that is a playable character was maybe her father. Full loop, the stream started the same way. It did, didn't it? Yeah. So yeah, no, at the moment that happened, we had to pull up the orphan counter. I was, yeah. I feel like I've done pretty well for myself for the most part. The fact that it took destroying the entire world, by the way, to make orphans, I feel like I had a good run of it. But yeah, no, like the world got destroyed and then one of the characters woke up a year later and that's how we're in the story now. Good times. Good times. See, I'll go forever down in history as the Orphan Lord. You can never stop me. Okay, maybe I shouldn't call myself the Orphan Lord. He is the Orphan Lord. Lord of the Orphans. They weren't orphans before they arrived in his kingdom, but eventually, they all did become. Some fucking Dark Souls boss. It's like the Dung Eater. The Orphan Lord! The Elden Lord, behold the Orphan Lord, exactly. You may be the Elden Lord, but bow before my might as the Orphan Lord. Like the Fire Lord, but better. Oh yeah, y'all can't wait for fucking Magic the Gathering as goddamn Avatar Legend of Aang. Actually, I can't remember. Is it officially Avatar Legend of Aang, or is it just Avatar, the universe for it, is the collab for that? I think it's Avatar Aang specifically, isn't it? Pretty sure it's Avatar Aang specifically. So we're probably not going to get any Legends of Korra cards. It's kind of cool though that we're getting like a bunch of Nickelodeon orientated stuff for Magic. I have no idea what you asked. Later this year, Magic the Gathering is going to have a set dedicated specifically to Avatar, the Last Airbender. And that's not a joke. Like, there is going to be an entire set of Magic the Gathering cards that is, like, the one we know of so far is Aang, the Last Airbender. Like, it's him, his character, and his ability to, like, transform into the Avatar state. I think it's Aang only. I'm pretty sure it's, Avatar, the Last Airbender specifically. I can look it up quickly, because it'll depend on the logo. Because the logo will say if it's just Avatar, or if it is, Legend of Aang. It's the last hit of the year, yeah. Alright, Magic spoiler. Oh, there's more Edge of Eternity spoilers. Should probably look at those. Because I saw the, like, one Eldrazi, that had the warp cost. That's all I saw. Oh shit, Command Bridge is interesting. Anyway, what am I looking for? I'm looking for Avatar the Last Airbender. Yeah, so it's Avatar the Last Airbender. Specifically. There's a very specific thing about that. That they did a Sonic secretly. Yes, I did a look at that. I'm not gonna lie, if I kinda wanna get it just because of Dr. Eggman, Shadow, and Tails. I want Tails in one of my shitty decks that I'm doing, which is kind of all about vehicles. I want Shadow for my Sisei deck, because I like the idea of having more, like, dumb shit in that one like that. And then I want Eggman because I kind of want to do a deck around with him in it. Because that sounds... I stand by. Dr. Eggman sounds fucking insane. And also, yes, we are talking about Magic the Gathering cards. It was a Sonic, like, actual Sonic collab. It is wildly cool. But, like, it's actually, like, genuinely, I think the, Dr. Eggman one's kind of scary. Because, there's a part of it that's, like, really, really strong that I feel like a lot of people haven't talked about, or when I've heard people talk about it, they don't say it, or, like, understand it correctly. Like, Shadow I think's good because of Chaos Control, right? Chaos Control is just good. To explain that for anyone that's wondering, basically Shadow's like, whenever another creature with Flash or Haste dies, you draw a card. That doesn't matter. But, like, Shadow has an effect that's basically, when you spend mana that's spent from an artifact, to cast something, that spell will have what's called split second, which means that you can't activate or cast anything on top of that. While that's on the stack, it's left, you cannot interact with it very easily, which is really strong effect. It means that you can't counterspell like a lot of the stuff for it. Dr. Eggman though, I'm gonna go to a different site to try and find all of the listed cards, but like Dr. Eggman, the effect he has is insane because like how it works is Villainous Choice is the mechanic name. It's basically target player or players will do have to make a choice on like what they'll let that player, like what will happen, right? It's kind of the shorthand example of what Villainous Choice normally is. And this one, I just think it's obscenely strong. This is not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the actual cards. Also, yeah, there's just straight up Sonic as well. We'll just check. Korra will make it into the set, apparently. Interesting. I'm not sure I'm happy about Korra getting into the set when it's a Last Airbender set. I get it, right? Like, I do get it. I disagree with it, though. Personally. There we go. There's the Secret Layers drop cards. But yeah, so like Sonic, it's whenever Sonic the Hedgehog attacks, put a 1/1 counter on each creature that you control with Flash or Haste. Whenever a creature you control Flash or Haste is dealt damage, create a tapped treasure token. It's pretty good. He has Haste, he is an Azorius. Not Azorius, Jeskai, sorry. Tails, Flash, Flying. Whenever a vehicle you control enters, or a card if it has Flying, otherwise put a Flying counter on it. I kind of like that. It would be fun in the vehicles deck. Just giving you the amount of nickels that I earn from you for making. God damn it, Matthew. Thank you so much for the super chat, by the way. Oh, no. Thank you so much for that. But yep, no, that sounds about right. Making nickels from creator of Orphans, what do you know? Where is Eggman? There we are. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card. Then, each opponent faces a villainous choice. That player discards a card, or you may put a construct, robot, or vehicle card from your hand onto the battlefield. To explain that in the simplest sense, each opponent has to either discard a card, or you get to potentially play shit for free. Now, when we say play shit, we mean no cost, that bitch goes from hand onto the battlefield, no interaction. This means I could put something down for free that is like a, I don't know, 11 cost. And I could do that 3 times if I'm versus 3 other people. Boy, that's fun. Yeah, I stand by. I think the Sonic Secret Lair is kind of cool. I like the mechanically exclusive cards. I am wrong to expect this from you. I will make more orphans. I will make more orphans. It is my... No, I really shouldn't. I really Why is that my brand now? That's balanced. It's not the strongest thing in the world, but the fact is, like, that's really strong. Its weakness is its colors. I'm not gonna be honest, like, I'm gonna be honest, that is its only weakness, because I think it's red, blue, black from memory. And while there are some really strong cards in those colors for that, there are stronger cards when you allow white in there as well. The Battlesphere is part of another secret lair? Yes. There is 3 secret lairs that are coming out with the Sonic one. those are there's only mechanically unique ones, and then there's reprints of other ones, but in the style of Sonic stuff. Like there's, I think, jet boots or whatever for like swift foot boots and stuff like that. But yeah, like the Battlesphere is another one. Battlesphere is an example of just, I get to play a 7 mana thing. I mean, balance is a joke. Oh yeah. No, it's, welcome to fucking thing. Like the worst part is, right, so we're talking primarily around Commander when it comes to Magic, because that's what I play. Think about this, if even if you don't play card games, I'm sure you can understand the scariness of this. Commander's rule is, your commander is like basically in a separate command zone, and you can just cast it from that command zone. It is not in your deck, it is not in your hand. It means that at the beginning of the game, that card is guaranteed available for you to play when you've got the mana for it. It's equivalent to saying this card is always it starts in your hand. And I'm sure you can understand, like, that's a really good effect. Put Eggman in the command zone. That means every time I have 5 mana and like the available colors, I'm playing that dude and I'm just getting stuff for free. That is why Commander is a very unique format for this. Because it has a lot of like strategic complexity with the command stuff. That's why like the cat deck I showed earlier with Igra. Like that deck's scary because I have that cat every time I have the mana. And it's not hard to hit the mana in that deck. I constantly keep 4 land hands for a reason. Then there's obviously, like, that's not even going into the concept of stuff like partner mechanic and all that, where, like, some commanders, you can have more than one commander if it has, like, partner, or some unique mechanic for it as well. There's, like, Doctor's Companion, where for the Doctor Who cards, if you have one of the Doctors, you can actually put Doctor's Companion as a second commander. Which is pretty good. To dumb it down with, you always have, Sakasa, your command. Yeah. You always have your commander there available. They will exist as an option. Don't know what to chat. No, I understand. It's one of those, like, talking about a game and mechanics that you might not, 1, interested in, or 2, understand fully. So, like, what that actually means is insane, beyond, like, understanding. It's a really cool system, though, and I enjoy it because it means that you can play a game with an intention, right? Hey, Darkrai, how's it going? Wow, my computer's running buttery smooth after I just closed something. Who would have guessed? Don't worry, I only closed Windows Explorer. How am I? I'm doing alright. I've had a couple of bad days recently for a variety of reasons, but I think I'm doing pretty good today. To be fair, today has literally just been me farming in the plains here. Which is funny, because it technically means I'm not getting levels. I'm not gaining levels, I'm just getting gold and ability points. Which gold means very little to me at this point. Also, Edge of Eternity leaks, and this time not from Brazil. Yeah, I've had a look at a couple of Edge of Eternity stuff. Again, I'm kind of like, I'll stand by, I'm really not interested in the set. The only thing I gave any fucks about is the fact that the shock lines are in it. And there's that one dude, the Golgari, no, not Golgari, Gruul, legend that's like landfall, deal 1 damage, second time trigger, draw a card. Also makes sense that the Eldrazi is the Edge of Eternity set, since being from there. Yes! I have to say, this, like, the moment I heard of it, I was like, oh, it's gonna be Eldrazi, then one of the first cards I see spoiled is an Eldrazi card. I'm like, yeah, that's not right. But yeah, no. But how you been, Darker? I hope you've been a bit better than I have. Though, again, like I said, fairly good overall. Like, I have to say with the Edge of Eternity, though, like, I would like to have bought the precons if I had the money. That's about it, right? Like, that's all I see that set as. No people appearing with the Glacial Cat. Yeah, it's not too surprising. But yeah, like, that dude I think's not too bad. I think he, like, the fact that he's also a common legend, I think he's a common legendary, means that, like, I can probably pick him up for less than $1. But yeah, no, the precon dude, because you just add 1 additional land per turn, and you just, yeah, you play Glacial Chasm and just mean that you can never be attacked. To explain that to anyone, short answer is the commander of the one of the what's called precon or pre-constructed decks that will be sold for that set says you can play lands from your graveyard. Glacial Chasm is a very special land that is, when it enters, you have to sack a land, and while it's on the battlefield, you can't attack, and no one can attack you. That's basically, there's a bit more to it, but that's the main stuff. And at the beginning of your turn, you either have to spend life or you have to sacrifice it. And that life gets more and more. With this combo, with that card, it basically means you can, if you have a way to play 2 lands per turn, you can play a land, sack it to that, and then let the Glacial Chasm sack at the beginning of your upkeep, and then play a land and then sack that, and just, you've now got a cycle. And you can always play Glacial Chasm and never be attacked. Or you could attack on your turn and then play Glacial Chasm at the end of your turn, or like in the second half of your turn, and then just, yeah. It's just a soft reminder of why Glacial Chasm is a really frustrating card and why having a form of land removal or killing someone from not combat damage is kind of sadly essential. It's a really shitty way to play, I'll be honest. Pay upkeep, pay 2 life, upkeep. Yeah, it's what's called a cumulative upkeep. It's you pay a set amount, but it increases by the base amount each turn. But the point of this combo means you'd never have to pay the upkeep cost, and you'll always have land available to keep cycling. And realistically, if you've got a deck that wants to play more than 1 land on a turn, there are several ways to get more than like 2 or 3 or 4 lands per turn. And that means that you're just getting such an insane amount, and then other stuff for it. Is the reason I play Demolition Field in most of your decks. And it's kind of fair. Like, I hate that I agree with that. I'm glad most of the people I play with don't play Glacial Chasm or want to play with Glacial Chasm. Because, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna, like, some of the decks I have, I'm just gonna go, cool, I've lost, have fun. I hope you feel really good about not playing a game versus me. Because I'm just not gonna bother. Like, that's why I kind of like the, what is it? Maze of Ith playstyle. Because, like, that's got a lot of work to get to the win con for that. But it's still a land win con. And it's one of the hardest things to remove. To explain that one, basically you need a certain amount of gates on your battlefield and trigger an effect, and you win the game. It's literally the words, you win the game. But like while it's hard, you can stop that combo very easily. Oh, sorry, okay. If you have the pieces, it's really easy to stop. If you don't have the pieces, it's really hard to stop. It basically becomes a clock at that point. But like, if you have a way of disrupting that, it just falls over and it kind of dies. And I like that. Like, I'm fine with combos that have very glaring weaknesses. My preference is when it's a combo that's like... the way to achieve it is disruptible by average cards. I think that, if that makes sense. Like, a win for, like a win con that requires an enchantment or something like that. Like, I'm cool with that. I think the worst deck I've ever done for design-wise that I'm actually making that doesn't give like two fucks about that stuff is the Sir Conrad deck. That the special Golblies is the leader of, or the commander of. Which the idea of that deck is basically I just make my graveyard into my second hand. No, I flip the okay. There's a card that I have that changes my graveyard to be my deck, and then I have a way of flipping it, and I basically keep dealing damage based on things, creatures entering and leaving my graveyard. So if I flip my entire deck, that means all creatures that are in my graveyard and in my deck count, and then I have a thing that puts my entire graveyard back into my deck if I have it in there correctly. And it just basically means that I just cycled a shitload of stuff and killed you. It's also a funny side story. I gave someone 9 Abyssal Persecutors during one of my games. Oh no! Oh god. I mean, Matthew, did I tell you about my recent thing with the Igna deck? And how I have to hide that deck now because the people I live with want to burn it? I went into my LGS, and this is, again, this is money I should not have spent. I went into my LGS, and I saw squirreled away there for 90 bucks. I don't think I need to explain to you what I did after that. Needless to say, that deck has been heavily upgraded now. I've upgraded it with both Final Fantasy cards and all the cards from that deck, and now it is a very good deck. I can send you the deck list at some point, or I can actually, no, I can show it on screen real quick. Give me a sec. I showed it earlier. I apologize that, again, we're getting very all over the place with stuff. Point is, though, the deck got upgraded really nicely, and the other good player that, like, there's 2 of us here that are fairly good players, and one of us that's, like, a bit more of a... I would say the way they play is the reason why they lose to us most of the time. Not that they're a bad player. It just doesn't gel well with 2 people that kind of like treat it a bit more, or think very different ways. Think a bit more analytically. Anyway. So this is the deck now, once this actually shows up on screen. This is all of what the deck actually is. I'm sure you can probably see a couple of cards that got added that are like all over the place, old Orphan Maker, yeah. It's my trait. But like, I even also bought a separate Camilla. But yeah, now this deck is, I've been told very clearly, especially in 1v1, I'm never allowed to play this deck. because this deck basically is just really good removal consistently, and it's really hard to deal with Igor because I just keep removing their shit. The fact that, like, the 2 games I played back to back, I had like Feed the Swarm and shit. Fang? Yeah, Fang. I have both Fang and Vanny. They're Final Fantasy cards. Gives me a little bit of worthwhile with my graveyard. I have a little bit of graveyard related stuff, not much, but enough to kind of soft justify something like Fang. I'm mainly doing it because it's a meld, the meld card as well. The meld card's really, really scary. But yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna openly say Vanille is probably the main thing that's in the deck, because that just gives me more, like, get through my deck effects. I don't have much recursion. I could probably add more. Quite a bit more, in fact. But, like, also keep in mind as well, like, this is, I believe it's requires to leave. Yeah, it just leaves the thing. I have many ways of exiling from my own grave. I mean, like Hazel's, right? So, like, I can kind of just eat through my graveyard, not bringing things out of it, but just getting rid of my own graveyard. But yeah, no, the fact is, like, I had Feed the Swarm and Casualties of War in the first game, and then I had, like, Feed the Swarm in the second game. And the second game was the game that my friend realized that this has ward sack food. Forage also works. Yep, Forage also works. I could probably see about that. Like, it's because where is it? Do I have the Forge? Oh, it's just a Hazel one, right? Hazel's the... No, what was the one that... There's something in here that has a Forge. I swear there's something in here that has Forage. Oh, yeah, no, there. Oh, Camilla. Yeah, so I have answers. I have ways of doing stuff with it. I also found out Fandom Train is the only, like, free infinite sack outlet that I have, I think, in this deck. Because I didn't want to just, like, have, Viscera Seer and stuff like that. Because I feel like that just gets too easy. I could probably take, like, Tenacious Dog out of here for that. But, I don't know. I enjoy having the Blitz from the graveyard as well. Like, yeah, so there you go as well. Like, there's another thing there. Leaving the graveyard. Also, Bahamut's in here. Not because Bahamut's a good card in here, but because it's funny. I had 2 Bahamut's I got. This is where one of them went. I also put Summon Anima in here because, like, this just means that each opponent's sacrificing more stuff, which, because they're sacrificing things a little bit and I'm drawing more cards, Yeguda's just getting better. Gets through my deck faster. I also randomly got one of these, which is cool. Yeah. Point is, this deck got, like, significantly stronger and more efficient. To the extent that Igor's been mostly the win con, but yeah, like, I just kind of kill people. I either just swing with Igor and kill them, or I have, like, several ways to just combo off now. Like, I have, this one if I exile it with the, Brewmaster. I have, Camilla being an infinite source of food tokens. Obviously, Cauldron Familiar is Cauldron Familiar, and I don't think we need to go into that one. Like, I have so many dumb things I can do with this deck now. Like, I feel pretty confident that this deck kind of just fucks shit up. It's hard to... Again, when most of your deck is removal, or fetch, like, again, Casualties of War was a really good addition to this. It ended up being, like, really hard to just get onto the board against me, which is why I think the agreement I made with the person I was playing is that I can't play it in 1v1, because in 1v1, I can just keep removing all the stuff from the one player, and it means I'm not taking in multiple threats. And it means also that, like, swinging with it is a little bit more difficult versus more than one player. But yeah, no, the deck got significantly better. It doesn't help that, like, it's a deck I could very easily upgrade further. I could probably take the meld card out, and put, like, Viscera Seer in, and, like, another Aristocrat Effect, maybe, or something like that. Or just more draw or tutoring, and it just gets better. The fact that I have a tutor in there, or a tutor or two in there, makes me already feel a little ill, because of how, like, efficient the deck gets from there. Because I just go fetch removal, realistically. Also, feel free to call me out on this, Matthew. I found out that one of that Vorinclex, the Game Changers one, are really cheap at the moment. I totally didn't buy it with the same art style as the Ginger Taxus I had. So now I totally don't have the two Game Changer Praetors. You know, it's the Vorinclex with the sticky land. I make your land sticky. Good times. I want to put it... Okay, to explain that card and what I'm doing with it, though, to you, Matthew, a little bit, to make it a little bit more justifiable. With the Sephiroth Atraxa that I got, I've decided to make that a Phyrexian Sephiroth deck. So it's got the other two Sephiroths in there, and it's also got the like a lot of Phyrexian Praetors. If you call me out of a hypocrite, that is true. So I do think that that deck is really bad, but I think it's really funny. Because I've got, like, I think I've got 3 Ginger Taxus in it by design. So I need to get the other ones at some point soon. I also just realized Terra's not been casting this entire time. Good on me. I'll have, like, that. I've got, like, 2 Elish Norns in there. Because I've got the one that's, like, the double ETBs, and then the one that's, like, again, from that same art style and set. I wanted to get all of the Praetors, obviously, that I can, because I can't get the Urabast, from that set with that style of art. So the Elish Norn that's +2, +2, and -2, -2. And then the Sheoldred, which I have that Sheoldred already, but I don't have that version of the Sheoldred. So, it's because that's the Whispering one, Sheoldred. Upkeep, recur, something, opponent upkeep, sack, something. And Swamp Walk. I recommend Realmbreaker for the deck. Is that the tree? The Realmbreaker tree? The legendary artifact, was it like 6 or 8 mana or 10 mana or whatever? Tap, sack it, go get any Praetors? Is that the one you're suggesting? That's it's the tree. Yeah, I wonder why I know the mechanic of it. Definitely not because that's one of the cards that I want to add to the deck. Never. I would never do that. I think it's literally go find as many Praetors as you want. I'm pretty sure that's what the card reads. Actually, no. Again, the benefit I have is I can literally... Okay, Architect. Sephiroth good soup. Because at the moment, this is what the deck looks like by theory. And I do have a good chunk of these cards. But yeah, there you are. Let's see, 10 mana tap, sacrifice Realmbreaker the Invasion Tree. Search your library for any number of Praetor cards, put them into the battlefield, then shuffle. How many Praetors do we have? 1, 2... 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 7 Praetors. I could make that a little bit more of a thing, but yeah, like this is what the deck looks like, kind of. It's very much like a Final Fantasy orientated one as well, because I do have a Muldrotha. I want to get the... Let's not say its name, because we know what we're going to think. Grix was definitely something I was considering, but I just don't make a board big enough to justify getting, like, the Grix in there. I feel. I do have a lot of life gain, I'm pretty sure, in here. I'm trying to remember. Do I have much life gain? Not really. Yeah. Oh, and if you're wondering, yes, like I said, it is very based around Sephiroth, especially this Sephiroth. So there's a reason why there's like Accursed Marauder, Fleshbag Marauder, and... what's his name? Playcrafter in here as well. At this point in time, it's only, like, really missing lands is what needs to be done to this deck. You'll make an orphan by by not even playing the game? Exactly. I'm not gonna lie, I do really want to get this, just because I want to get Muldrotha. And it's not even expensive, it's like $5. Like, actually $5 as well here. MTG singles. Oh yeah, I forgot that I have to do it this way. Once it loads, obviously. What's the sub thing again for its name? Orphan. Oh, there we go. It comes up. Yeah, see? It's $5. If I wasn't tight on money, I would have already bought, like, these two. And I'm not even kidding on that. Because I already wanted to make a Muldrotha deck, and the fact that, like, it's got a Through the Ages card makes me want to get it more. But yeah, like, I even tossed in Battles, because it's fucking Atraxa, right? There's no reason not to, like, try and diversify your portfolio with this card. Guess what? This means I can theoretically pull like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cards out of it. I don't think I've got... What are the other types? There's an... I'm trying to remember if there's any other things. I'm pretty sure the base Atraxor actually says, doesn't it? Planeswalker, that's what I'm missing. Did I give you an amount of, that the orphan is worth? You know what? I think you actually did. Okay. I know what I'm spending that money on. I will literally use the money you sent me, Matthew, to buy me an orphan. Oh, that sounds so bad. The best way to do it. I will buy an orphan. We're gonna have to make a counter for the entire series, by the way, at some point, of like all the orphans I made. Because I realized earlier, like, in the previous ones it's been like either 0, 1, or 2 for the most part, if I recall. This one's actually the highest number. The average has gone up by a lot because of this game. And that is a scary thought. The average is probably like 3 or 4 now. Making 3 or 4 orphans per game. Not sure I'm happy about that. I'll buy an orphan with the money I made from making orphans. It's an orphan empire. To be fair, I have a kinship with them. It's not like I've got my parents. At what point do you make an orphanage? I would... when I make enough money to. The orphan's gotta work for the orphanage. If they want to have beds, they're gonna work hard. You know when you dig a hole and you're like, do I just keep digging or do I get out of this? I think I'm a little too deep. I think I just have to accept my fate. I don't think I want anything really else on Morg. I guess I could just put you on that. Dude, that's such a threatening line, though. You go up to a kid. It's like, well, we're about to have something in common. What's that? We're both gonna be orphans. But my parents just... Oh, no! You think that's what, like... You think that's what they said to the Batman? Dude, if I was the guy that killed, Batman's parents, that is 100% how I would do it. Don't worry, Bruce. We're about to have something really in common. What's that? We're both gonna be orphans. Pulls trigger. Your fate was sealed from the moment anime orphans became your favorite genre. Yeah, it really doesn't help, does it? Dude, why are those stories so compelling, though? And like, I stand by one of the best ones, at least the anime of it, and not because the... Whoops. Leap quickly so I don't waste my trance. I absolutely love if it was for my daughter, I'd even defeat the Demon Lord. Let's just not talk about the ending of that series, and what that implied. Because that actually became foul. Did you just set up to trance again? I think I accidentally set you to trance. No? Okay. I will just wait till Terra has her attack again. There we go. Hit the cat with giant lightning. Nice. I love how the best part is, if I tell anyone to watch the, if it was for my daughter, I'd defeat the Demon Lord or whatever. I can never remember the name of the series, like, properly. I think it's basically the shorthand of it all. I recommend that series a lot, but dear God, yeah, no, don't read it. I don't think the anime ever got to that weird ending, did it? I don't think it did. Alright, Gull needs levels at this point, not, the stuff. So I might trade out Gull, yeah. Once he comes back. For someone else to get more ABP. To be fair, I probably should finish up soon, because I'm about to have 5 hours of just sitting here, running around in circles and going fucking off topic. I fucking love it. If I make a boat, I think you should name General the Prophet. Oh my god. Trying to remember the names. I understand that pain. Dude, I stand by. You know what? There's one color in Magic that I will just... Every time I try and remember the name of it, I will never get it right. There's some that I accept, I just don't know it really well, and there's a lot of like the 3 and 4 color ones. But like, it is... I'm blanking on it even now, and I literally was thinking about it. Blue, white. It's not, is it Azorius? Azorius, right? That is the one I, like, my brain just refuses to ever remember. Like, I remember fucking all sorts. But that one I will never remember correctly. Azorius, yeah. Thank God I'm not, like, losing my fucking mind. Okay, you. Kind of just want to get rid of Morg at this point, because he's got basically everything I need. Since you're making it so much, I can check it out. It's a good series. It's really heartwarming and, like, very beautiful for that. Again, it's a great sort of storyline, like I was saying earlier, about the, adoptive parent. So if you enjoy those sorts of stories, it's a good recommendation. They're fine, you. Don't know where they're gonna try and send the bill, though. Hope not to. Yeah, I ain't paying it. Fuck that shit. But no, like, it's so funny to me. Of all of, like, the 2 colors, that's the one that I forget the most. Because I think the problem is there's Azban and then there's Orzhov. And it's, like, right in between those 2 names. Right? So, like, when I try and think of it, it's those 2 names are, like, lapping over it a little bit. Because they're just very similar, like, wordings. I actually feel like I do need to just go level. If I'm gonna level, then wouldn't it just be best to do this? Reminder that Azorius is the police and lawmakers of Ravnica? Yeah, that sounds right. Where's a good place to level when I'm at, like, level 30? I guess just, like, general desert. Probably, like, here, because I can sleep for free. Well, I mean, like, it's because, I remember some of the stuff around them, like, Izzet's, very... Aren't they very industrial? I'm pretty sure Izzet's, like, industrial, right? Fortunately, the IRS is part of Warzone. Well, I mean, literally the best way to remember how, like, Azorius is, fucking taxes is just, that one asshole that's, I'm trying to remember his name. What's the game changer that's Azorius? I'm actually blanking on it. It's the guy that makes everyone's cards cost more. Like, he's literally just fucking an asshole. I wish I knew what each of these did. Sure, fuck it, be a platinum dragon. Mad scientist and industrial. Okay. Grand Arbiter Augustine. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's the fucking asshole. And anytime you see it, you're like, cool, I expect to not enjoy this game. I don't think I've ever played a game with that card coming down and me actually having fun. I'm gonna be honest. Stacks effects are such a, like, mixed bag, I feel. Because they can either be, like, super fun or just super unfun. Right? Oh yeah, I need to change their espers over. So they're actually relevant to their leveling. You I was doing with you. I don't know if I would have loved to have put, speed on Gull. And just put Golem on, Sitsa. A stam increase. I might change who Gull, transforms into, by the way. Also, have I got Setsa fully equipped? Kind of, yeah. I'll give you a Zifka. They're good. Cause like Simic are organic stuff, Golgari are they're a really weird one. Should I just be Behemoth King or some shit like that? Zombie Dragon? Just Behemoth King. Why is healing Gull killing him with Behemoth? Oh, Behemoth King's undead. Okay, so not... Well, I mean, I could just not run the heal. I don't think 1,000 XP is enough to justify this location. Let's move. I mean, I could always try the a forest that I was warned against. Is it that forest? I think it's this forest, right? That I've been told not to go near. Yep, this is the forest. Oh, wow. That, really? Not kidding. I should not be here. Alright, we're leaving. Nah, we're leaving. Okay, that taught me a lesson. Thank you, game. Guild Pact, outline what the guild duty is to the plane. Is it as freshwater, agriculture, Azorius, is lore and guard, Boris's army, Orzhov's money? Ah, okay. No, wait, this doesn't help me. Morblis doesn't have a heal spot. This is probably the best heal spot for me to go to, because this is just 1 gold. Or 1 gil, sorry. Not that it really matters, like 300 or 200 versus 1 is basically the same. Just slightly different. I guess we gotta really do some leveling, huh? Like, find a good location to go for it, though. I think we'll find that out next time, though, because I think we're over 5 hours, and I think literally 5 hours of sitting here just grinding is probably more than enough for the day. So, with that being the case, I'm gonna finish up here, so I can go get food. Simic is medicine and health. Golgari is agriculture and waste. That's it. Selesnya and Gruul is maintain plant and wildlife reproductivity. Demir is messenger and Rakdos is entertainment. That makes sense. No, that, like, now that you've explained it out like that, I'm like, yeah, no, that's the themes of a lot of this stuff. Yep. No, that all makes sense. Today was fun. I mean, like I said, I'm all for going off topic on stuff. I think it's a very, very useful thing to do, and I think it's good for breaking up some of the monotony in some of these games. And I mean this in the nicest sense. Like, again, we're just farming and grinding, and sometimes I need to do that in games. This is fun, though. I like it. Exploring topics. It's why I like my dev streams. Farewell. That's 2 wine 4 mana. Alright, thank you all so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.